Welcome to the T1 board meeting. I know the trucks have just begun to gather outside, but we have some more pressing matters to attend to, gentlemen. Hanwha Life has just won the first game of the MSI final, and something must be done about this.
How could this possibly be more important than our team going 5th, 6th? We lost to a European team, damn it.
Gentlemen, I will remind you, when we can't win the tournament, it activates our second goal, which is to ensure Zeus wins as few titles outside of T1 as possible. It's been an embarrassment so far.
But how? We don't ever say what happens with Zeus. He's already gone. He's on a different team.
That's where you're wrong. True, we can't do anything specifically about Zeus, but I will remind you that we have a secret weapon. It is time we reactivate our most powerful international asset, Agent Kanavi.
Sir, it's working. He just entered game 2 and 3. It's working. Kanavi is actually ruining Zeus's chances to win here.
The world must never know of our forbidden technology. I don't understand. What happened? He was still in, and even in game 4. How did he recover and clutch out an international game 5?
Sir, I just received a report that before Zeus left the T1 facility, he actually recovered the file on Kanavi, and he just uttered the code, the activation code, right before game 5.
But how did he remember it all these years later?
Well, the code was simply Joe Marsh PR.
Damn it. That's always been the downfall of T1 when it matters. Anyway, there you go. Just a light. By the way, what I actually love about that, I hadn't even thought of this as we were writing that skit. The main point of the skit was we were thinking about the final and how Kanavi played, and he had some sus games. But I've actually just realised if you are a T1 fan, you're like, bruh, like we're catching all the strays in the joke about the final that we weren't even in. It's like, yeah, that's right. Welcome to Summon Insight. T1 catches all the strays forever. That is League of Legends, boys. Okay, I think on this one, normally I like to do it where, you go in order of the games, but I feel like when you're at the end of the tournament, everyone wants to talk about the biggest things first, and then we'll just muddle our way. We'll make it like a Tarantino movie. We're starting like almost towards the end, and we'll go back to the beginning, and we'll get the middle later on. So what we'll do, obviously, look, since Hanwha Life played BLG twice, and we didn't talk about either of those games because last week's episode was before they'd played in the upper bracket final. We will talk about the two matches connected in that way. So I would just say this, Yamato. Let's talk a little bit about the final first, because it was a fucking banger final. I even think, actually, I would start here. One thing I actually like, I don't know if you saw this, is a random side tangent, but on Twitter, someone posted, I saw even LS saw this later, someone posted this new app thing where basically what it does is it shows you during a game of League of Legends, normally we track things like kills, gold advantage, etc. Well, what this thing tries to track, as far as I can tell, is sort of who has control of the map, basically using things like positioning, kills, wards, etc. And so the funny thing is, it's like a new way, just like with the gold graph, that you can see how extreme the swings of a game were. And basically for game 5 of the MSI final, there is actually a moment, I took a screenshot of this at like 33 minutes into the game, where actually BLG has like 87% control of the map or something, because obviously this is right before they then lose a fight, it goes to the bar, all that shit that ended the game. So one thing I want to start with here is this. I do think, as usual, whenever anyone wins, people draw really extreme conclusions about the winner and about the loser, but I want to just start by saying this. Mate, if you were someone who didn't have a dog in this fight, look, I wanted BLG to win, I think it's a cool story, but I think Hanwha Life's brilliant too. They've got some mega fucking players. They're both super teams. I actually just appreciate it. I always tell you this. It's not about my team. I just want a great game. I actually did think the series in general was good, but I actually think that game 5 was a banger, Yamato. And the reason why is this. It's not even that it was the best league ever played, but I think the reason I bring up that app thing is I feel like fans maybe won't appreciate, I want to get your take on this as someone who's more of an expert than a casual, is I don't think fans realise if you're someone who understands the draft and how scaling works in League of Legends, that last game literally was fucking epic beyond belief. Because basically, normally I'm not even the guy who's into this stuff that much, but because I'm not as good at, like, you know, laying matchups and because I don't play the game on that level, right? But one thing I've always paid attention to, because I've told you my favorite thing back in the day was when Monty would do those win conditions and what does a comp need, etc. If you were watching that game, like, part of me actually thinks, mate, that way before they even got to the end of the game where Handball Life won, Handball Life was in so much control of that game, no matter what that app says, bro, because basically they had all the scaling on their side. Like, I don't think fans realise. Actually, you know, because I saw a lot of fans critiquing BLG going for that Baron. And I want to tell them, like, bro, if we pause the game right before they go for that Baron, how can they ever win the game? You've already seen, I think, like 2 team fights in a row, 2 out of 3, where they have to do the most insane engage and they have to literally instantly delete Gumayushi with no damage done from him. And they're still winning these team fights by like that much amount, like the smallest margin ever. And one of them was where he didn't even have flash. If people don't know, by the Baron, he had the flash up. And going for an insane balance about all you can do in that moment. Do you know what I mean? Like, am I wrong on this? Like, I actually felt like in that one, even though part of me thought if BLG wins this, they are just the greatest team ever made. Like, you can just win against any opposition. Like, because you had like Honor to find the most crazy angles. They had to instantly get on the back line. Like, I thought that, look, it was epic to watch, but I don't know if fans realise it felt like it was almost impossible for BLG to win that game at a certain point. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think through the early game, HLE secured like early dragons. They had the better scaling. A crucial detail was Yunara Lulu just winning the lane, and it was very brilliant from HLE to just lean into, like, in a game 5, your priorities are kind of all over the place, and the decisions that you make, you might not have something that is completely cohesive, in the sense that HLE saw the Vi and recognized that Vi is not going to be lethal in the early game, and they are going to be allowed to basically just make it through. And Yunara Lulu found a very good trade onto Nico level 1. They trapped like in Tribush, and already this shifted the whole dynamic of the game, because the draft that BLG has on paper needs to have like a soul fight at minute 22 to actually be viable. Because eventually Dr. Mundo is a very bad matchup into Aatrox on paper. There should be a 30 CS lead, but eventually Mundo will be Mundo. And like, you have a situation where Silas is also in a good scaling spot just because he has Nicold. So from the draft read, I do think that HLE's game was a lot easier to play. And after the very strong early game, when they killed bot lane, they burned bot lane sums, they were in a very, very winning position. And as you said, BUG needed to pull straight miracles to actually find engage angles. This fight that you're referencing, where Mundo died for the first time and we got the BUG ace, I want people to just go back and pay attention to what Vi needed to do in order to be in that position.
It's insane, isn't it? I know.
He dodges wards, dodges champions, loops all the way around, because people were flaming Kanavi. It's like, why did Kanavi ult? It's like Kanavi didn't see the Vi yet.
No, he didn't even see. I know it just looked funny because he was going away and the guy was coming. But like he couldn't know that someone. And by the way, no one did. Gumayushi was like one of those American football players where a guy comes at your head that way, where you all look at this way, and he just comes in like that. You can't avoid it. Of course not.
That was one of the most ridiculous angles I've ever seen.
It was top,
from Engage.
Yeah.
Still earlier in the game, where Knight baits an Engage onto him, and then suddenly BUG just converged in a ridiculous way. Once again, killing Gumayushi with the Vi ultimate. I think that in terms of how they forced the Drake, like in the end, they just made they just made a decision. That's a play that maybe in a different world could work because they just have a read. But I do think it's important to recognize that they were taking risks the entire time, the entire game, and that's what kept them in the game.
Yeah.
And as Soul is spawning, they didn't want to walk into a position where Mundo creates a front to back, because that was just not winnable. And maybe there's a way, if I look at the replay, to just be, Mr. Hindsight, and look like, oh, these are times you could have based, you could have taken the space, it could have been earlier, and they could have set up for the dragon. But the issue is, if HLE played that situation correctly, where they always set themselves up for a trade and create a circumstance where there is a front to back, they're going to be in a losing position either way. And this is a BOG that has a deep amount of respect for HLE as a team. They took a very big risk. Obviously, on paper, that looked terrible because of how they got undermined. Like, the moment Dr. Mundo pushes out Aurora and undermines the backline, like, there was no way of winning that fight. But I do understand where that level of let's say, thinking comes from, because this game was not in their favor at all. And obviously, I think the disappointing aspect of it is like, I would have loved to see it end in a cleaner way, but in that moment, eventually either get the Nashor or the Drake, which they will if of course BLG overposture for either objective because of how much damage output they have and how easy it is for them to tank. They will be just in a very, very losing position because of Soul Point. Maybe decisions earlier in the game where they gave up dragons were that they shouldn't have happened. It was just a very rough dragon roll, in Chemtech being not the strongest for them, but very, very strong for HLE as well. So they were kind of torn between decisions there. So I understand where it comes from, but I also understand the disappointment of it, because it definitely took the air out of the base we saw in the mid lane.
No, because what I basically wanted to highlight was, first of all, that's an example of a game where we can all sit, like you say, on the VOD and look and pause on a frame and go, oh, you can see a guy there. Or what I would have done is, they can't do that in the game live. They're just living in the moment of like 1 second is 1 second. And I don't think people appreciate that. Game 5, if you understood the context, was fucking mega. Like, once you got past the early game, like I say, it should have almost been impossible for BLG to even have a chance to win. They actually should have lost. By the way, if they lost any of those team fights I'm describing, the game's over immediately. Like, it's just done. Like, so I actually thought it was amazing how what's bizarre is, I don't care that people are going to say this is cope. Hanwha Life played well in the sense that, like, as you say, first of all, they won the draft. That was one thing that I should do, because they did this crazy Mundo pick. No one expected that to come out of nowhere at the end, because actually that was a gamble in itself. But as you say, they got it out the position where it's weak. Like, one thing I've always thought in League that's quite fair actually is, when people talk about things being OP, right? Beyond usually when like a champion's launched, where they obviously do probably leave the kit a bit overpowered because they want people to play it and they want you to see it. They want you to see it own you, and then they want you to buy the champion to play it. It's just our market technique. I actually think in the modern day, they've got pretty good balance for most of the OP champions, because what they do is they just make them so that, like, for example, if it's super OP late game, then it's really hard early game. Like, you just, like, it's on some shit where it's like you can't even get out of the lane. Like, the joke is, in the modern day, people don't ask questions like, why are champions like Zed not played anymore? Because they just nerfed the weaker parts of the ground that, like, people don't bother. There's other shit you can play instead. So I agree with you. First of all, like, the Mundo angle, that looks now like, lol, just great. I bet at the beginning of the game, Ben probably thought that was going to be no problem. It's like, just come help top. We'll just fucking keep him down. But as you say, yes, once it gets to a certain point in the game, as you saw those team fights, it becomes almost unbeatable. Like, I even think part of how that works is a concept I have from other games, right? You know, since I know you know Counter-Strike, I always say that in Counter-Strike, we have this really unusual in-game leader. He's called Jame. He's this Russian in-game leader of this team called Paravision. But basically, every team he's ever been the leader of, they play a really unorthodox style of Counter-Strike. And I always say the reason it works is because since it's unorthodox, every other team you play every other day of the tournament almost trains you how not to play against this guy, because if you play the way you do against everyone else, it works. But if you played him a bunch of times, you get like the vibe of what he's going for, right? If you think about the way a normal team fight works, when someone has a tank, you burn the tank down and then you kill all their carries, right? Like in this scenario, mate, you would almost have had to, like, I don't think anyone could do this. You would almost have had to, because he was, at one point, he was almost unkillable. Like, you saw it took almost every damage output to get, like, him down to 0 and kill him. You would have almost had to, like, ignore the Dr. Mundo or something completely and just let him run all over you. Because I don't, like, I gotta say, I'm actually genuinely shocked that they won those team fights, man. Like, On had to have had some insane engages, as you say. Fi had to be perfect to get on Gumayushi. If Gumayushi ever just, like, flashes him all these second fights, or get, like, just dodges, or even just gets lucky, the game's over. You don't win. Like, you were barely winning a team fight where one of their main damage sources isn't even there. So what I'm bringing up here is, not only do I think game 5 was really close, but actually I do think it's one of the rare cases. I do think at the moment we're in a meta where draft is really, really impactful. Like, I do actually think this is an example where BLG didn't lose because of the players they made in that game, beyond some early game bot lane stuff like you say. They actually lost by just being checkmated in the draft with a gamble that worked for HLE. Like, I actually think if you look at the way the game was played, I think the BLG players played pretty fucking good in that game 5, actually. They found some miracle angles. They were fight. Even Knight was doing a really good job. He actually had a great series in general. Jun was good. I think On had insane. We're always criticising On. He had some fucking, those would be like heroic engages if they'd have won that game. We'd all be remembering the time he actually was like the fucking Chinese carrier. So I think if you watch that one, it's more about like the draft. And one angle I also think about that one as well as this, Yamato, even when we're criticising the draft, to be fair, if there's one thing BLG's been amazing at this tournament, in every tournament, including against HLE, is they get ahead early game every time. Like, actually, it was unlikely. That's the other thing from HLE, I think, is gangster, is that they took this crazy draft, but they were able to make it work. Like, if they just all got pushed in early, which is the BLG style, then it would have been also a tough game for them. Like, I thought in general this was fucking good. It leads in a discussion, because I don't think anyone should be dissing BLG for this. Maybe you can maybe you want them to do something different in Game 5 draft. But aside from that, I think generally they've had an excellent tournament.
And no, I agree with you. Like I think with a series like this, I think that you know what draft does is highlight the elements of your gameplay that are going to be important. And I do think coming into the game 5, what HLE did so well was highlighting their strengths in the BO5 and leaning into them. Because I do think that, as you said, their early games were very strong. They managed to find a lot of ways to just disrupt Bin. Some of those gank angles on Bin were ridiculous. I remember that Swain game in particular, where Bin was in a super winning position in his lane. He was freezing, and then the Trundle is just hiding in the third bush, which is a trap that it is so risky, because if that doesn't work for the Trundle, he is borderline just losing his own game.
You just wasted your own pathing, right? Yeah, you'd be fucked,
yeah,
right?
it's like your camps are so far away from you, and he's trapping in the third bush where K'Sante can easily make the decision of just playing to just maintaining the freeze, but he just wanted to get a trade in because it was inconceivable to him that Trundle would trap in that bush. So in terms of the early games, HLE did a great job, especially knowing how good BOG is, and HLE just leaned into that in that game 5. Because in terms of skirmish play, in terms of mid-game, I do think Shun and On were dominating their counterparts. I do think that Kanavi had a good game against the Nafiri, and I think that he had a solid Pantheon game. But in terms of the overall support and jungle movement, the moment they took any form of control, HLE was suffocated. The difference we saw in the wins that HLE got against BOG's wins, when BOG got ahead, they won with ease. There was no comeback angles, there was no big team fight swings, but BOG resisted. Like in all of the HLE wins, they actually found like team fight angles when they were kind of just out of the game, really, based on position and based on preparationary draft. And I think that HLE did a very, very good job of highlighting their strengths, because at the end of the day, like, Zeus getting MVP is very deserved. I think that the only thing that Bin really did better than Zeus was just his side lane management, because I do think that his team, BOG's team, like Bin's team, just allows him to fight more on his timers rather than forcing Zeus to come on everyone else's timers. But other than that, like, Zeus was just so damn solid, and he was just finding the right picks to really just shape the game around him, with the Swain angle into the K'Sante, and then of course the Dr. Mundo into the Aatrox. And I love seeing that, because I think often players, they look at matchups through the lens of how far ahead or behind you are, but they don't measure the value of your champion against the field and what you could do with a champion that is 30 CS behind, but just be far more useful, because often players just look at it through that lens. It's like they want to be comfortable in lane, they focus on the lane, and then beyond that, they care less and less about those details, because they don't get as pronounced when you play solo queue.
An obvious point like you're making here is even a top player sometimes just think individually about themselves. Like, can I win lane? Can I be like the hero of the game? But what you're basically saying, I've always agreed with, is there are certain kits in League of Legends, though, that if your teammates can carry, just having that kit in a game wins you the game, or gives you a powerful tool that you wouldn't have if you went for the lane matchup winner.
Senna is a great example, right? When she got buffed, there was this... I think her win ratio was absurd in Pro, with a very relatively small sample size, maybe 20 games that I had like an 80% win ratio. And in every game Senna was played, she was getting dove, she was getting killed, and she was like average like 30 CS behind, unless there was some free cases like Leave playing it or something. And most of people in my chat is like, why are they picking Senna? It's useless. It's like, it's always losing lane. It's always so bad. It's like, no, it's like, it's broken because you just look at the kit and what it offers, and it doesn't matter what the condition of the champion is. It's still so goddamn valuable. And Senna, even though she got dove like 3 times in a game when she was as strong as, it just didn't matter at all for the context of the game, because you just read the kit in terms of a static shift work with Q. You could just heal your full team. You have a root in your W, a global ultimate that shields and does damage. And then, of course, the Shroud, one of the most underutilized abilities in the whole game, in my opinion, because of how visually just janky it is when you see the enemy use it. It's like, it's very, very underutilized. But I think that champion was a very good example of the community like perceiving something as very weak due to the condition on paper that it finds itself in. But in my mind, I feel like BOG, why I think the draft was. It's like the draft is important. It's like I do think that BUG, the first time they played against HLE, I think that they had just all the draft angles figured out. They were ready. They were punching, and they were just ahead in terms of reading what the importance of the game was, and they managed to find jungle support, mid lane pairings that would just dominate the map, and they just did that back to back. Outside of that, once again, Skarner Mel game, they did that twice. I don't know. Danny happened to just throw a game completely on Mel and Skarner twice. But I do think that BUG just showed insanely high level of teamfight execution. And I do think that it was telling what Zeus said in an interview where he said he was very stressed because when BUG were winning their games, they were just winning their games easy. But when we were winning our games, it was always with like some fight, and we had to beat them, and we had to out team fight them. And it was very, he said it himself that it was very, very stressful, and like invoked, some sense of PTSD in him, where, he played past games, maybe with the DRX finals, for example, that just was so tough because the parallels are quite interesting because obviously we're talking about the game now, but in terms of what the history of the players and the narratives, like BUG now, how many international finals have they, just lost or squandered when they look so unbeatable at certain points in the tournament. And even now, Zeus saying that in an interview, there was a period where where T1 just couldn't win a final, even if
couple of years.
So he's carrying that, and to see him now, coming into a game 5, and that being a strength of his, especially with this team of players coming together, with Zeka, with his record. It's fun to see those narratives kind of clash together and melt together to form an even more beautiful and stronger story. Because I appreciated that how candid Zeus was about talking about that. Because this is like one of those series you replay and maybe you have a different result on a different day. Like I think that this is definitely the type of series you want to see again. So that's why I'm happy about EWC. I hope we get to see rematches. Because more so than in the previous years, I am more excited about EWC than ever before, really.
Yeah, I'll even spin it because I want to talk initially mainly about HLE, and then we'll talk about some BLG angles. The HLE angle I want to talk about as well is like just some of the players and what this means to them to win. Like, first of all, if you are Zeus and Gumayushi, not only if like now Gumayushi's won one as well, Zeus has won 2 international titles without being in fucking T1. Like, all I'm going to say is this is why the narrative that was overblown in 2023 was the one where Poby replaced Faker. And because T1 was terrible, people actually took the following analysis, right? Even though there's a part of it that does make sense. The part that makes sense goes like this. Faker is much better than Poby, and actually the T1 players looked way worse without Faker, and crucially, when Faker then came back and they won Worlds, that shows Faker's really important. The problem is, though, I think people added in a 4th one, which I think is nonsense, which is the T1 players actually just aren't top players without Faker. It's like, whoa. Remember, that's not actually what that tells you, that split. Because think about this, for example. That wasn't the real lineup. Remember, if he's their shot caller, that means for months and months and months before that, years, in fact. Can you hear that siren, by the way?
No, we're good.
Never mind. Right, okay. It's just driving me crazy. So I hoped it wasn't on the fucking call. So basically, right, if for years I've set up that your responsibility is to be the shot call and the leader, etc., you can't just leave mid-split and then expect me to just take over and like not that be a problem. Like, again, we have no idea, by the way. And also, at the time, Poby wasn't even as good as when he joined Fnatic like last year. Like, he was a nobody player. He was just an up-and-comer at the time. So it's not, I've always said, the reason that one's unfair is they act like it was an equivalent player to Faker that joined and then T1 players were bad. It's not like fucking BDD joined T1 instead and then they were all crap and they couldn't win at all. Like, they essentially got, in that scenario, like a much, much worse player that had none of the qualities Faker had. And then, yes, they looked way worse as a team. By the way, before that, even Faker had looked bad. People forget that. That's why he went to the fucking bench, because they were losing so much, and he supposedly had like hand issues. And then he went off. So anyway, the point to make is, I think people went way too far with the idea that these players, they're only winning because Faker's there. It's a bit like, by the way, people do this in every sport. In football, they do it right now with Argentina. They act like Messi does everything. I always want to tell them, like, bro, maybe not in the modern day, but if you ever went back to the 2010s when Argentina was really good as well, that guy Di Maria was pretty fucking good at football, mate. He was kind of a baller. Don't know if you know, he scored in a lot of fucking big finals in his career. Like, he's a stud. Like, so certainly you could say Messi was their best player, but the other players are world class too. There's some mega fucking. So I think the same thing. I'm happy for both Zeus and Gumiushi. They got to win an international title. In fact, the reason I bring up the narrative of the T1 angle is, bro, when they won Game 5, I was just thinking, this is just T1 again. So Zeus has to survive a dominant 1v1 top laner like Bin by not going down. By the way, not by beating him out in the right lane, but just not going down as much as you expect. Then later, he plays an awesome tank game so that Gumiushi can carry the team fight. That was T1's formula. They won a whole bunch of worlds doing that, boys. Like, that's why actually I do think, this is why I'm going to spin it and ask you now about HLE the org. This is why actually at the beginning of the year, I thought it was quite a clever move to bring Gumiushi and then reunite him with Zeus, because and what's funny is, I'll do the same thing. I don't think you can now look at Gumiushi and go, he actually didn't have any problems at all in T1. He was a perfect ADC, and actually he's better than Pearce and all the... No. One of the things I actually think is clever what HLE realised was, Gumiushi works really, really well with Zeus. I think they sort of cover each other's weaknesses, and also the fact that depending on the draft, one can carry, one can be the weak side. I think that's a fucking really underrated combo, bro. Most teams aren't like that. Most teams are like, this is either our carry top lane, or it's like everything for the ADC. I think that's like a really powerful tool to have, especially for things like the draft. So I thought that aspect was cool, because like we say, the whole team fight really was just like, can Zeus basically like tank and heal up while Gumiushi carries the whole fight? Like, that was some classic T1 shit. I love seeing that.
No, I'm with you. You know, I do think that, you know, I still stand by the take that I had, where I did think coming into this year, HLE's off-season, the outcome of it was risky, far riskier than the previous year. But I'll use that take as an argument as to how well the coaching staff just has managed to piece it together, you know? Because by extension, it's like Zeus and Gumiushi's role is very defined of the team, and they're really leaning into their strengths. But to reimagine that in a way with players that are also quite defined in what they do, and of course in Kanavi and Zeka, and to manage to piece it together, like that's like masterpiece level shit, you know, because it's far from, you know, the classic idea of how you build a team together. This is like, okay, we're putting together some strong ass players with very, very specific strengths. We need to make kind of the stars align. But here, Home and Mowgli are just, they control the constellations. They control the constellations in a freaky way. And I agree with you with Zeus and Gumiushi. Like as a pair, they make a lot of sense together. And I do think just you know, the experience that all of these guys, like the entire roster now holds. I think that's what's so crazy about some of these.
It's a super team. It's crazy, the names, isn't it? They've got a lot of trophies, mate.
It's like they all have some crazy record about them, you know. It's like Zeka with his game 5s, or Gumiushi and their world champions.
And Zeka's now won all these internationals in his first ever run. That's crazy too. Yeah, Zeus won multiple teams. It's mega, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely like demonic. It's like even and then you have like some kind of connections between them. You have Home and Kanavi. Mowgli worked with Zeka and DRX, of course, and then Zeus and Gumiushi. It's like it's like intentionally chaotic in a very beautiful way that just found a way to make sense, because this story is so amplified by the fact that they were 10th place in winter. Like they had such a clear vision of what they wanted to achieve, and it just didn't seem to rock them at all. And in a lot of cases, maybe somebody panics. Maybe like if this roster was an LPL, they would have made 3 roster changes.
Bro, if this was an LEC team, they'd make a roster move. They would. Yeah, of course. Someone do a panic move, wouldn't they?
GMing, not LPL GMing, you know.
I'm with
every time I open Leaguepedia, it's like, oh, Chris just joined the team. He's an LGD now. What the hell?
No, this would be...
Era back.
You'd wake up and it would be like, Hanwha Life completes trade of delight for Peter. It'd be like, what? Like, that would be the LPL move. And they're like, what are you doing? No, I know.
Peter Gumiushi, they're friends. They talk to each other on
I know.
stream twice. Oh man, yeah. No, it's absolutely insane that they managed to piece it together. I'm still in awe of that.
Yeah.
And you know, in the context of just winning, in my opinion, I think that HLE did the equivalent of winning a split, and I think that matters too, because for the longest time, T1 they won
absolutely.
2022 spring. They didn't get any LCK titles, and for me, this counts.
I'm
Coming
with
out
you.
as the number
It's
one
like
seed,
spiritually a split, isn't it? It feels like it. I know.
obviously it's bullshit that there's no
I
finals.
know. I know.
But everyone's aware of the rules. Everyone's aware of the rules, and being top 2 is what qualified you into the finals. If you come out as the number 1 seed, that to me is winning, and they managed to do it in a very competitive season. Double round robin, came out ahead with 1 win in a world where T1, Gen.G, a competitive KT in the beginning, D+ at certain points, right? Like this was a very tough split, and they managed to make it happen, which I think also adds to, you know, the whole narrative shaped around, you know, the Zeus and Gumiushi moving on from T1. Because on top of that, just looking at what it was for in the game, I also think that just Gumiushi looked so revitalized this whole spring split.
Yeah, absolutely.
We haven't had this strong of a spring from Gumiushi since a long time, and there's so many narratives at play. You can talk about it endlessly for sure.
I mean, I agree with the coaching staff on that's even a part that they won't get credit for. Like, this is the reason why everyone who follows the LPL actually, if people don't know this, I'm not exaggerating. People who watch the LPL don't just think Orm is the best LPL coach. They think he's the best coach ever. Because if you see all the teams he's had, every team he has that has stars just becomes super cracked out. Now, true, some of them haven't done the international things people want of them, but oftentimes a lot of people blame that on players like Kanavi, etc., and players that have failed him, and some of the ones that have just inted games away. So what I would say is this: I'm with you. Even though obviously the narrative of they were 10th place in the LCK Cup is slightly exaggerated, because even though it's factually true, in spirit they weren't the last place team, guys. It's because the format was a bit weird. Remember, the format for how you got into the playoffs was based on how your group did, and remember their group also had, like, I think it was Nongshim or something who just shit the bed. They had a whole thing in their group where it wasn't just that they were bad. The format also made, like, if you actually asked me to do a real power ranking after the group stage, I wouldn't have had them high up, but I'd have probably had them like 5th or 6th or something. You remember, like, early on they showed the odd game that was good, so they weren't quite like 10th place. But I agree with you, just the result of you didn't even make the play-ins of the playoffs, and you were just sat there, and then also you had a super team, and you all this drama. You just like Gumiushi, you had the past few seasons of drama of you did the Zeus move. I'll even add one in here, which is Peanut just retired your captain, and as you say, they took a huge gamble. They not only didn't replace him with like a captain figure, in fact, I'd even wonder, this is an interesting detail I'd actually like to see in an interview, no one seems to do it, who shot calls this team? Because I actually have no idea, bro. Like, there's not an obvious person right now, but it used to clearly be Peanut's team before. You've not only replaced Peanut with someone who isn't really like a traditional shot caller, but Kanavi is also known as potentially an international choker. So you're taking a big gamble bringing him into the squad. I'm with you. This isn't as obvious actually as people think. Like, I think if you look at this roster, it's like you say, almost every player basically has like an idiosyncratic quality or some weird element that's unique to them, of like they can be really good, but you got to get them in this exact sort of right, you got to look at them in the right light, in the right angle, and put them with the right, pretty sure to contrast it, one of the other super teams in the LCK, the Gen.G roster, I think the Gen.G roster, it still requires coaching, Yamato, but that is just a bunch of cracked out players that can probably play with anyone, mate. Like, those are just players you drop in a server and they already start winning the game. I feel like this one's, that's why I actually like the story, because it played out this way. The first split was really a bit dodgy and they didn't really have it together. Not only did they get it together way before winning this final, basically the only time they struggled here was the upper bracket final and the lower bracket final. Aside from that, they've looked excellent for about a solid month and a half at this point in time. And then also, I'll spin this over, because one thing I want to talk about as well a little bit, we don't have to go into specific details, but I actually think, as I said earlier, the real like triumph of this win for HLE for me, bro, and the rise back to the top in LCK is coaching, bro. This is like a draft championship for me. Like, don't you think if you go back in time to when they rose up in LCK, they've been the best drafting team in the world since then, as far as I can tell, mate. Like, generally, they've done some really, really good jobs. And actually, I do think in this series, if you want to talk about the Dylan Falco chess match of drafting, they won it. They won it. Listen, BLG players almost hands it and stole it, but the HLE coaching staff, I think, killed it in this tournament, mate. They were really good.
Agreed, yeah. And I do think it speaks to how polarizing the results were on the day. I don't think it's very easy to be in a position from outside to call out the flaws of what you do, but the constant struggle of finding a balance between what you can execute on against what is optimized. That is something that is very tough. I saw, for example, LS, he mentioned that Zeus, he said in an interview that he first timed the matchup.
Oh,
Wunder
yes,
versus
on the
Aatrox.
game 5. Yeah.
And LS made the tweets that I disagree with because
Of
I
course.
don't like it. I don't like when people use the outliers.
I
It's like,
know.
oh, look, here's the best
Yeah.
top laner, maybe
I
best top
know.
laner ever. He just did
If
this.
people don't know, basically LS, because it plays to what he thinks, he's one of the people who thinks that it's not about picking your company. By the way, we have the opposite perspective being LS. I actually think if you're in a big game 5, you just give someone a champion they're comfy on, and then they'll be able to withstand even a bad match, because they're their favourite champion. He essentially thinks that in League, because remember, he's a trading card game fan, he thinks if you have like an OP answer, you should do it even if it's not something you do all the time. So he essentially used Zeus carrying on the Mundo, which apparently was first time, as sort of proof that actually you can just first time something if you don't play it. I agree with you though. You have picked like not only one. Some people call that the GOAT top lane LS, and he's also one of the GOATs having an insane champion pool where he can just play anything. Like, I know what you mean. I'll give you the obvious analogy. You'll appreciate, Yamato. That would be like watching Soaz or Wonder first time something in like an LEC final and being like, see, everyone can first time. And the joke is even all the other top laners like Odo Amino would go, bullshit, we can. Like, that's just those guys. It's like those two guys can do that. We can't do that.
I do think, if to play devil's advocate to the take, I do think that it's a skill set that I think that players don't explore enough.
No, true.
Where I think the relationship between what your role is in the game and the enemy's champions and understanding in this moment, it's like if I manage to pull this off, we're going to win this game very easy. There's not a lot of players that actually think like that, and I think that is an active thinking game that you can apply 100%. We had the situation right where the LCK and the LPL teams were always quite rigid because they leaned in heavy to, of course, what is comfortable, and some of the edges, like you mentioned, Soaz and Wunder, right? These are the greatest examples of players that did their absolute best to make these players that have a very clear practice regimen, just make them as uncomfortable as possible.
Yeah.
It's like, someone has been doing compound lifts their whole life, he just comes in, it's like, I can bench this, I can squat this. That's like the Khan equivalent 2019. And then Wunder just comes like, yeah, but can you do a backflip while you're holding this dumbbell, and can you do this move here and do a Turkish squat? It's like, yeah, there's some crazy maneuvers,
I forget the guy's name, but everyone will know what I'm talking about. You know the guy on YouTube where he dresses like a janitor and he's like quite a slim build?
Yeah.
And he got Anatolius. There you go, it's Anatolius. You know the one where if people don't know, he's secretly actually like a mega lifter. He's super jacked, but he just doesn't have like the big testosterone, steroid body. So the gag is he goes in and pretends to be a janitor, and then he'll go to some massive like NFL looking guy, looks like, and he'll pretend like, oh, can I have a go? And then the joke is not only does he lift the weight, but you've seen it, he'll like do the helicopter with the bar and shit, like some outrageous thing, doing it, and then just going, what the hell? Because like they can't even process that it's happening. And it reminds me of that, mate. Because you're right, part of it's not even just that you pick the champion. It's also the intimidation factor for the opponent of like, what the fuck? He even plays that. I didn't even know. Like, that's part of it, isn't it?
No, for sure. And I think there's always a balance, right? It's a push and pull, and it's like you're in that moment and you're making your decisions. For example, I'm looking at what BOG did, and to blind pick Cassante 1-2 was very strange. But maybe through their estimation, they didn't have an answer into Cassante. They needed to feel something 1-2. And probably going into the next series, they would never do that again because they invited the Swain that they was already showcased in the previous series. There was, just a lot of moments like that for all teams, I feel like, which made the tournament quite chaotic because G2 went from having very interesting draft angles against T1 to then dropping the ball against Lion. And it was very, very back and forth. And just the gut calls you need to take as a coaching staff, because now, especially with Fearless, the player involvement is quite limited because they just don't have time to process all the mutations of draft after champions are out. Understanding where the wind blows is like, that's the crucial thing about HLE. They recognize where their strengths were and where their weaknesses were. And they made it so their early game was so significant that they could skip by the mid game where BLG was clearly dominating them. And I think that a read like that can be so right, but sometimes also wrong, because that game, the danger was that BLG just wins the early game and the game is over in 25 minutes. And then suddenly, like, they look like complete jackasses. But that's the fine line that you dance on in terms of reading your opponent and also the overall energy of your team. Because sometimes maybe a player of yours underperforms on the day and you need to adjust to it. And maybe one player just suddenly plays out of his mind and you need to lean into him. That can definitely happen.
By the way, obviously, this was actually the gag that I set up in the skit, which is one of the things, because I'm someone who's studied narrative so much, like, I can always tell before, if this person wins this game, here's how they'll be the hero. If they lose, though, even though it might be like close, here's how they're the villain. I actually think the person who should be saying thank you the most after this final to Zeus isn't it isn't Gumayushi, it isn't Zed. Bro, it's fucking Kanavi. Because, brother, if he'd have, remember, even though I agree with you, spiritually, as far as I'm concerned, he just won LCK, but because it's not an official title, he hasn't, by that logic. He's only ever done shit in the LPL, basically, as far as everyone else is concerned. So actually, him coming back to Korea, the big risk there was, you hope it transforms and he doesn't have any of those problems in LPL, but he showed a little bit. He showed some dodgy things in the LCK copy, and people will wonder, was it a mistake to actually sign him? Like, people might have flamed Peanut, but Peanut was a very stable player. He was very good in the LCK too. It was only the big Worlds tournaments he failed in, which Kanavi's never done shit of those anyway. So I would say this, right? If you watch that series, Yamato, mate, if BLG somehow pulls out that game 5, or they just get ahead early in game 5, it's not as exciting a game, I think Kanavi gets blamed by HLE fans here, mate. Like, I think, first of all, like, earlier in the series, he had a couple of... That's why we made the joke about activating Agent Kanavi. He had a couple of criminal games where he was in it. Even in the game 4, like, he early on does one where you think, fuck, has he just thrown the finals here? Like, what the hell? Like, a completely crazy out of nowhere in the jungle where you're like, brother, what are you doing? Like, this is nuts. So, look, in the end, it's all fine. He also was one of the heroes of game 5. He got the smites off. It's all good. He gets to win his championship. Cool. I think it's a good storyline. I like it. But, mate, that was, for him specifically, I feel like the difference between hero and villain was so close in this one, mate.
I was very dodgy. Was very dodgy. Like, I think like just based off of player ratings alone, I do think that Shun and On just played better
No,
than
mega,
their
weren't they? Yeah.
counterparts in this series. I think the Nafiri game was very weak from Shun for sure. And there were some moments that were a little bit dodgy in the Vi game, especially like in the earlier potions. But then he was also the one who just found the miraculous engages. So I think you have to take the good with the bad. And yeah, Kanavi, he's so feast of famine. Just he doesn't let go. Like what he did with the Kiana Zinzao stat line together being like 116 in the goddamn finals, and you win.
That's so nuts, isn't it? I know.
It's crazy to consider for sure. And you know, I do think that Kanavi deserves praise for his early games, because even in like some of the gank angles he found on Trondu, or even the game that they lost against Rumble, were very, very nice. I think that the Lee Sin game as an opener was also absolutely insane. So it was some parts good, but some parts also very, very bad. And I guess that's just who Kanavi is. But something that I thought was interesting that I wanted to highlight was, it's like we've seen and watched this version of Kanavi where he can be the best jungler. Like if the game was the first 10 minutes only, I would think that he's just the best jungler in the world for sure.
Yeah.
Kanavi has been so damn good for so long, but it's interesting to see how the narrative just shifts because of the fact that he plays in the LCK now.
Yep.
When in reality he's been this player for super long, and he deserves credit and praise for his entire career. Because a bit of a side topic, I did think that this year, and maybe even past years if I think about it, jungle in the LPL has been more competitive, has been a lot more tough to deal with, because you have junglers in the LPL that warp the whole game around them, win or lose. And that's something that you need to be ready to play against.
I mean, your famous thing of like activity versus precision. The LPL's like activity for junglers is up here, bro. Like they've maxed it out, haven't they?
Yeah. And like if you're a top jungler in the LPL, you need to learn how to play against Monkey. You need to learn how to play against Junja. You need to play against regional Tian. You need to play against Tarzan. The list of devious junglers is far deeper. And by contrast, in the LCK, especially when Canyon and Ona are not performing, these are guys that are very, they've made a career for themselves being, insanely good in team fights and insanely good in clutch moments in the game. But they never made a career for themselves when it came to like dominating the early game completely by warping the game completely around them. It's usually like some skirmish that they just play out of their mind. And I just wanted to highlight that contrast because I did think in the matchup for Kanavi, when he got to play against the LPL style again, you could see that, he felt at home, but at the same time, there were moments where he's like, damn, I'm home again, but in the worst way possible, where you come home and, you get that anxiety again, as if you didn't like growing up with your parents, and you come home and you feel like you're a kid again. It's like, shit, I feel like the anxiety lingering. So I just wanted to highlight that and use that moment to also bring that up, because I do think that the framing of some players is strange to me, but LPL junglers, absolutely deadly.
No, I'm with you. If anyone actually is foolish enough to think like, oh, Kanavi used to suck, but he's good on Have a Life now. You weren't watching the LPL, bro. Like, I'm with you. I always used to think the two players they'll trick me still to this day every time if they do this. The two LPL junglers that always tricked me and got me every time were Kanavi and Tian. And the reasons why are different. Kanavi, it's because, as you say, mate, when he's on his game, he just runs the first 10 minutes of any game against any opponent in the LPL. And as you say, he just looks like the best jungler you can have. He just look, I put it this way, if you were going to win a solo queue to save your life, you would pick Kanavi as your jungler. That guy will save your life, but you won't even have to have a hard team fight. You'll just be so far ahead. You'll get like 7 ganks off on Lee Sin in the first like 10 minutes of the match. Then the other one is Tian. And with Tian, I always just say it, even though bizarrely this disappears internationally sometimes. He just like, it's like he can read your mind. He's just unbelievable how he parts. Like, I can tell he's doing it where it's like, there's no way he planned that from the beginning of the game. He's just making a decision in the game, and he's just in like fucking flow state, and he just knows where to go at the perfect. It's unreal. And that's why I always get tricked. That's why everyone who watches me on these shows thinks he just overrates the LPL. It's like, I am seeing that shit when I watch it domestically. It just doesn't always turn up internationally. So no, I'm with you. Let's not make it like Kanavi got twice as good. He didn't. If anything, he still had some ints here, but actually, first of all, he had teammates that helped him. And then also, he has like leveled it up a little bit. He's got a little bit extra to his game. He plays more champions, for example, in my opinion. Right, I'll tell you one other angle I wanted to go with is this. On this show, correctly, we labelled after 2022, like, that's the craziest fluke ever when DRX won. Like, when DRX won, I remember watching that roster and thinking, look, I'll give it a death. He is one of the all-time GOATs. And you know what? Fair enough, Beryl's had, like, a pretty good career, even though I don't know that he's, like, individually that good. But the others, I remember just thinking, this is fraudulent as fuck. Like, King, enjoy that finals MVP, mate. You never get anything like that again. Pioshik, I don't even know what you're doing here, mate. How did you win Worlds? And then Zeka, people won't know this because, again, they don't watch the LPL. I used to watch the LPL when Zeka, people don't know, by the way, Zeka actually used to play on BLG. He used to just be some whatever player that was like...
He was Vikla. He was basically Vikla.
He was basically just a player that had some hands. He could go crazy every now and then. But he had a super limit champion pool, even like he did in that DRX team. And when he won, that looked like the most insane ever. You just played 2 champions person to ever win Worlds. It was not... And by the way, I'll just say the obvious thing. You wouldn't even be able to do that in Fearless because you wouldn't be able to pick those champions every fucking game. But he got them off and he won the Worlds, right? At the time, this is one thing I want to make clear. You'll see why I'm setting this up, Yamato. It is not that now that he's now won everything, we can look back and go, I guess we were wrong. He actually was amazing back. No. You've missed the point that he actually did develop. I think year on year, this guy has gotten better at League of Legends. And that's why, if you go back on Summoning Insight in episodes before this MSI, we already were saying in the LCK, this guy is way better than he ever was before. Like, in fact, now he even has a champion pool. Now he actually looked, by the way, if people don't know, he was way better than people like Faker this split. Like, it was basically between him and Chovy of who the best fucking player was by the end of the split. Like, it was really good. Yeah. So I actually think people will not credit that. It isn't that he like was always secretly super good. It isn't that he was a fraud before and he fluked it. That he's actually done quite a cool arc where, as he's developed, he along the way has collected all these trophies. And then, yes, actually the whole meme of like the Game 5 thing, I wrote an article about this, so I had the numbers. That's why I was able to show people the second this final finished. In his career, he's played 15 Game 5s and he's won 12 of them, bro. Like, In fact, he had to win 2 just to win this tournament. He had to win the Lion one and then the BLT. He just has some special like clutch factor in game fights. So that's kind of cool. So I think Zeka's career, even though to me he was like a bit of a meme early on, put it into it. You know, when we do those questions, who are like the most overrated players to win worlds, he might have been in that moment, but he's not going to end his career that way. If you actually look at his career now, Yamato, he is going to be like a Hall of Fame level player. He has completed it. He's won everything. He's won first stand, MSI, Worlds, LCK. What a fucking... this is one thing I appreciate. I like actually when people can grow. A lot of players don't. You know, you tend to hit your prime 1 or 2 years in, and then you try and get back to that. Not a lot of people develop and expand. And like, I think actually we have to give this guy credit. He didn't just like stay a meme. He fucking became a legend.
I have a deep, it ties into the greater point about LCK's, one of the LCK's biggest advantages, I think, is, we already memed on it, but the LPL's GMing in contrast to the GMing in, of course, the LCK. Because I do think that people look at HLE and they just see them as a team that is just buying very big player names, and that's all they do.
Yep.
But they do that, but there's been a very steady progression of how they have set things up for success. They've taken parts from here, taken parts from there, but a big one was always this push and commitment to Zeka. Like in the end, right, Viper made the decision to join BUG. What was rumored was that the big reason was that he just wanted to play with Knight, and that's something that is very understandable. But HLE made a commitment to Zeka, and there were periods that it was you got rewarded. They won summer splits, and they made of course first stand after the first LCK Cup, and there were stints where Zeka was great. Maybe not the most important player on the team, but I remember specifically the AD meta he was good in with the Zeris and the Smolders, and he found a massive pocket of success there with his Yone and his ADs. But now I think that similar to how we talked about Cream's growth as a player, like Zeka now, like I don't see him as a one-dimensional player. Frankly, I think that his Worlds run, he wasn't one-dimensional in that one specifically, in my opinion, because he did play Ari and Azir, Orianna at a very, very high level too. But in the remainder of like his regular split performances and so forth, he was always quite one-dimensional and had periods where, you would just run him into Chovy and he would just be a problem, right? And I think the main thing for me now, looking at Zeka and his growth as a player and HLE actually sticking to him, now it's paying off. It's like now you have a very, very complete player that is not going to be a problem against any of the mid laners in the world, because now you have actually reached a point where you can clearly say that he has experience comparable to anyone else. And I think that's massive. You don't find that. It's like the only other player that they could have potentially done as a move, which was something that the community talked about, maybe we mentioned it too, was to just grab BDD, right?
Yes.
That was the only other guy. And if you can't, you build your guy up, and HLE sticking to him has paid off, because now everything just seems to be in such a good place. And I think as long as LCK GMing, sure, there's some points that we can complain about, but I think it's very easy to say that the top 15 players are actually on the top 3 teams. Maybe there's some one-offs. Maybe someone says BDD should be there or whatever, but we have the strongest players packed into the strongest teams.
Yeah, definitely.
And we have a lot of opportunities for rookies to actually show themselves off. Outside of KT, they're the terrible outlier that I don't even want to talk about their GMing. I just compared that to the LPL, and LPL is such a mess because their talent is so unconcentrated. Their off seasons are so unserious, and their auction rules are also so unserious. And it just seems like the big names are too important to the PR of teams, and that seems to be such a big swaying point because the stories we hear out of the LPL just seem so diva-esque, and we don't get that kind of drama. So at the moment we had the Diablo drama, it was like, holy, he doesn't want to go to a fan meet? That's crazy. And then we hear the content LPS like, yeah, this Bin just went home because he didn't like something during scrims. It's like, what the fuck? It's like the contrast is so massive. And I think that this is going to be eventually maybe the downfall of the LPO, because like the LPL fans are so extreme that losing a finals like this for MSI is something that hurts you because, looking at this BLG roster, the moment this roster kind of breaks apart, if for some reason it does, then I don't know where LPL will find ways to compete, because this moment in time is a moment in time where the LCK is actually weaker than usual with how Genji and T1 is playing and actually having risen to the top. So that's also like the angle of the LPL, where I don't know where they go from here in a world where BOG actually doesn't manage to win, let's say, the World Championship now in the future, in this year.
No, I'm with you. I definitely think actually the LPL does a way better job of consolidating the top talent into the top teams, and then they have a chance to win the international tournaments. Whereas I'm with you. The problem the LPL has is, beyond basically this BLG team, almost every team that's even an elite team has like one or two players where you're like, how are you in the team? And then even worse, you have the players like the 1xNs of the world, where it's like, how are you not in a top team? Like, what the fuck? You're just in the middle of nowhere. Like, how is no one identified that you're a good player and you might be on, I don't know, Weibo Gaming or something? What the fuck are we doing? Like, how are you off over in some shitter team? So I'm with you. I do think that's one of the reasons I agree with you on the BLG one. The reason why I worry is it feels like when JDG 2023 broke up. If you break a team up like that, like when you have those teams, the LPL can beat anyone. They can win any tournament. But when you break them up, because you know they're going to scuff one position at least, it's going to be hard to play against some all-Korean team that's like actually like every player's top three at their role, which is a bunch of the top teams right now that we're describing. Absolutely, yeah. And obviously the joke is they've even got Genji waiting at home who have fucking unbelievable players. They just didn't work in this tournament. So now I'm with you, right? I'll tell you what we'll do. We will switch now and talk about BLG a little bit specifically and some of the other teams. But before we do, since we'll be switching to talk about Korea to China, what if someone wanted to switch between countries, maybe using a VPN, Yamato?
Thorin, you wouldn't take out your wallet in a shady part of town, start flashing your money around, You wouldn't do that, You're a smart guy. Well, that's basically what you do when you connect to the internet without, a VPN on public Wi-Fi. So of course you just gotta use ExpressVPN, baby. ExpressVPN, very, very easy to use. You can connect it to any device. I've managed to make it work on my PlayStation, on my phone, on my tablet, on my in-laws laptop. Like I am using it all over the place because it's very easy. Just copy paste the code in, boom, connects very easy. I like the fact you don't need to log in. Like for some reason that feels like an added layer of safety. That I can just use the code and plug and play, and they have no idea. Who's doing it or what. Because in the end, if somebody obviously with the VPN is basically your all your traffic, your internet traffic is going through an additional location. What's cool about ExpressVPN is that for some reason, let's say the world goes even further to the shit and suddenly your state goes completely rogue and they want all your data. ExpressVPN doesn't even have it. They don't even have it. They can come with the biggest guns ever, knock on the door. It's like, yo, we don't have the damn information. Just leave. Which is an additional thing that is super cool. I think in terms of what your data is, obviously, when it comes to surfing on the internet, your data is extremely, extremely valuable. All those free sites that you're using, when you think to yourself, wow, this company is so nice for doing this for free. No. You are the customer. You're the product rather. And in the context of that, your data is extremely valuable. Hackers can make up to $1,000 per person selling personal info on the dark web. So don't underestimate, how many bad actors are out there. So when you're on a public Wi-Fi, you're traveling, you're at the airport, you're in a hotel, you need to make sure that you're safe because everything is just done through our devices nowadays, whether it's banking or, you have any personal information that is super, super important. So with that being said, lowest price ever. Plans start at just $349 a month. That's only 12 cents a day. Just consider in terms of how much you pay for maybe your Netflix subscription, and then you kind of expand that to kind of super max your subscription in the sense that you have 10 times more movies and series to watch. The value is already there. I mentioned already that it works on all devices, super easy to use, and there's of course additional things that you can do in terms of protecting yourself online. You can have an optional dedicated IP service that you just engineered with innovative zero knowledge design. As I mentioned, ExpressVPN can't even trace you. And then you have, for US customers only, Identity Defender, a new suite of tools to get your data removed from all brokers out there, which is super cool because maybe your data is already out there, maybe your information is already out there, and there are rights that you can, of course, exercise to make sure that these data brokers have to delete it, but they always make it as difficult as possible. But obviously, the Identity Defender helps you make sure that your data is removed with data brokers. So with that being said, protect your online privacy today by visiting expressvpn.com/summoning. That's expressvpn.com/summoning to find out how you can get up to 4 extra months. expressvpn.com/summoning.
All right, let's do it then. Because one of the reasons why I wanted to get all the Hannibal Life glazing and all the cool details and the narratives and stories out the way is because I feel like, actually, bearing in mind BLG didn't win this tournament, they deserve a segment as if they did, Yamato, because I think this is one of the closest tournament losses I've ever seen from a team. Because I'll just run everyone through how it went in the tournament. So technically, they had the 3-2 game against T1 at the beginning of the tournament. One, there's no way they should have been playing T1 in the opening match. We talked about that in the seeding. And then secondly, T1 had all those warm-up series in the fucking plane. BLG came to the tournament and had to just play it. Even so, by the way, they were still better than T1 in that series. That wasn't like some knife-edge series. They were just a convincingly better team. I would even say in that series, it showed you actually the power that BLG was going to have. Like, they get ahead early. They can also, by the way, T1, it's like when the one game Hannibal Life won in the upper bracket. It was really hard work, mate. It's like Zay said. Here's the problem. This is the way it went in this tournament. Either BLG just fucking destroy you from minute one in lane, in fucking ganks, all the early game shit, or you have to win every super close team fight and then you might be able to win a game off them. Aside from that, they were just blowing people out the server. So I've got to say, I know that gets whacked to be like, but we get the moral victory, because no one wants moral victories, mate. You want the trophy. In fact, you don't care if it's a moral victory. Just give me the fucking trophy. So even though I understand if you're the BLG players, you're going to be so bummed. I think for a losing team, this is one of the best performances I've ever seen, mate. They were fucking smurfing on this tournament. Like if you think about the very match they did play against Hannibal Life in the upper bracket, they fucking destroyed them. Those first 2 games were some of the hardest beatdowns I have ever seen. Like, if anything, when I then saw Hannibal Life then like losing to Line, it wasn't as shocking, because it was like, I actually have seen them get destroyed before, like, and not even be able to do anything. You could tell they couldn't even match BLG in terms of hands. It was crazy. So I think actually most of the BLG players, in my opinion, played a really great tournament. Like, we can even go into some details, some specific ones. But what do you think? Because here's the thing. If this was my hot take show, Yamato, I tell you what I would lead with as my hot take. I still think BLG is the best team in the world. I actually think they're so cracked. I actually do think they're the true successor to that JDG 2023. Not only do they have unbelievable hands in every role, but bro, they are the best team fighting team this fucking year. Like, there's a lot of other teams that are pretty good, but no one can really, like, that's why actually, if you think about how they lost the tournament, you have to actually just be ahead of them. You have to actually outscale them. You have to just have like some advantage where you can force them to fight where you want. Because otherwise, if you just have even fights, they're going to win, mate. They're just too fucking good. I even think we'll get into some of the players, but some of the players had outrageous team fight performances here, like unbelievable shit. So low key, even though I'll give it to Hannibal Life and I'll say they should be a favourite for all the other tournaments, I low key, if I had to pick tomorrow, I would still take BLG to win Worlds. I think if they can play like this, you can win any tournament if you play like this. Thoughts, Yamato?
Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment. I think in terms of BUG, like if we just isolate execution, because I do think that's the toughest thing to get better at, the level of coordination that you come in with, and also the level of execution when it comes to team fights and timing. I do think that BUG showcased the highest level in this department. You mentioned team fighting, and I think 100%. Like the series itself against HLE, the final one, showcased how BLG can just find angles out of nowhere that nobody else is going to execute on. There's a lot of poison, obviously, when it comes to draft and preparation that you can fall into, which teams can, of course, leverage. I mentioned as well that actually I did think there were certain segments in the game that they did do better, which is, of course, I think the crucial one is just like finding gank timers in the early game to kind of disrupt the rhythm of BOG players. This is something that WE did so damn good against BOG, and was the main thing that you can do to disrupt BOG, because the moment the jungle and support just gets going, they're just everywhere. They're just like every bush just starts speaking Chinese. It's just impossible to come back from those moments. And once again, we saw that in the games too, where BOG, when they were winning quite hard, and they fought back against HLE when they didn't. I do think that if there was a rematch, a part of me would favor BOG ever so slightly. I think the crucial thing that BOG what I'm worried about, like what I'm always worried about with BLG, even though that it seems quite different here with Danny, is just how will they treat this loss, right? It's like they've made in the past, BLG has been an organization that does so drastic changes in the face of losses at sometimes timings that just seem so strange, whether it was bringing in different junglers or just bringing in different coaches. I just hope that they remain intact and that they actually build on this and don't regress. Which once again makes EWC the timing so cool, because even though EWC, like people are calling EWC Mickey Mouse for all the wrong reasons, in my opinion, because it has nothing to do with the fact that it's Saudi money or that players don't care, because players do care. They're gonna really, really care. The issue is the logistical challenge, in the sense that making sure that players perform as good as possible. There's going to be teams here that are going to underperform very heavily because of circumstances being like, very, very tight in terms of the conversion. Because obviously, like the format is you play BO1s on the day, and then you play, I believe, a loser bracket best of 3 that decides if you go home or not. So you can have one bad day, one bad day where, maybe your team didn't adjust, or your team wasn't ready, or the jet lag hit you, or maybe the food wasn't right. Anything can happen in a logistical challenge like that. But I say all of that where I'm hoping that we get to see a BOG HD rematch. Like, I just want to see that again. And I'm happy that we get to see it so soon, because obviously these teams that went so far into the tournament, it is going to be exhausting. But at the same time, I just want to see more volume of that, because EWC as a tournament, surprisingly, it's like, I don't know if you saw the seeding, but the seeding is good. The seeding is actually good.
Well, it
They
was.
put the Korean team seed two.
Yep.
Like, they don't fuck around. It's like, all right, I applaud you for that. Good job. But
that's how you know Riot didn't do it, Yamato, because if people don't know, the people behind EWC are the people who used to run ESL for many, many years. And actually in Counter-Strike, it's famous that because Valve doesn't interfere, actually they've always had good seeding in ESL tournaments. I think they killed it, you're right. Even though they violated a lot of what Riot would normally do, it's just the right seeding. Who's going to complain about this? They did a good job with those pools, mate. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So it's like the way the tournament could potentially play out is that we're going to have a very beautiful bracket of like matchups that will actually tell a tale of where teams are actually accurately rated. It's just the timing is very, very rough. But the fact that BLG HLE, we can have a rematch happening, I'm so excited, because you just know both teams, just because it's fearless, are going to adjust so much. They're going to adjust so damn much in terms of some of the traps that they fell into, some of the traps that they laid out that can only work once. And then once again, you just walk away knowing that most likely it's going to be a strategic victory. And I think that for me, I'm with you on the take. I do think that execution, that level of execution, I will always have a bias towards that. That's just what I like the most about the game. I like it the most because I find it to be the most difficult part of the game. But the simplicity of HLE's approach and recognizing their strengths, that is something that they can swing with again. So I'm with you. There's some elements of BOG are just so top that they will always be dangerous, no matter what. I just hope they remain intact. Please don't break apart. Like, don't tell me you're gonna sign some random ass janky jungler from some, like, suddenly it's like, oh, BLG Monkey. It's like, no. Like, I don't want that. I don't want I don't want some changes. Just remain intact. Let Danny run the ship all the way.
This is why me and Monty have always had different teams that we like on this show, because actually Monty's favorite type of team would be like 2024 Gen G, where you just win by like you using lane advantage, macro. You don't team fight until it's the right fight. You basically play like, essentially, it's actually how Astralis played Counter-Strike. You play like numbers-based League of Legends. You play, so you're always taking the right percentage thing, and you're always making the right decision. But the thing is, to Monty, that's beautiful in like a conceptual way. But I know what you mean, because basically the reason why I like this this BLG team. I love the fucking JDG 2023 team is. A lot of League of Legends is team fights, and I love teams that are just masterful at like coordinating how I like this case in the game 5 when you can team fight when you should be at a loss. Like actually all the advantages go against you, but you just find even though you know I have to find a godlike angle there, then you just do it. You just go fuck it. Let's send it and actually because one thing I also think is if we talk about some of the BLG players, bro, I would give a lot of them really high marks for this tournament. Like I'll run through them quickly. I do think you can put some criticisms against Bin in the tournament. He had some dodgy games, but I actually do think it's another example of that whole Kanavi thing where no one's going to blame Kanavi now, but everyone's blaming the fuck out of Bin. It's like, first of all, I don't think there's any world you predict the Mundo as the game 5 pick there. Like, if anything, you actually think you've checkmated them by taking the Aatrox. Like, you actually think that's like a pretty good pick to take away from something like Azir's. Then also, to me, people forget me. Even in that series, Bin had a couple of games. He had his classic Jax game. That was a banger. And in this series, look, he hasn't been as good as he was at first stand, certainly. But I think generally he's been good. By the way, one person I think is completely blameless is fucking Knight at this tournament. I said this on a past show. I think Knight is one of the few players in League of Legends up there. Funny enough, I used to say this about Viper, but I don't on BLG now, where I've seen him lose a lot of fucking championships and almost be blameless. Like, just have unbelievable runs in the tournament. I thought he was the better player in this final out of the mid laners. And then the one that I think are really harsh, I actually agree with you earlier, mate, is if you look at this tournament, if you're Jun and On, fucking what a great tournament. I think On especially, this might be the best tournament he's ever played, mate. He was mega. He had some fucking insane gear. Like everyone would have laughed who's an LCK fan before the tournament if you said, I think On can match Carrier. They'd be like, oh, yeah, let me see it. What are you talking about? He was way better than Carrier in this tournament. Like, this was a fucking really sick one. So I think most BLG players, I think they were excellent in this competition, mate. Listen, you didn't win. That's not what League's about. It's not about being the best individual player. It's about does your team collectively get over the finish? I get that. But if I'm doing like individual hoop-hoo ratings, I'd give a lot of them high ratings for this tournament. I think they smurfed as a team.
Yeah, I was very surprised. I don't know if there's it's because sometimes some players just hated like Kana hovering Twitch one time accidentally.
Yeah, I know.
And he just says
I know.
the lowest super rating always.
Yeah,
like Bin was incredibly low rated, and
it was mad, wasn't it?
Outside of his Rumble game, I thought that he had just a very, very good finals. Like even the Aatrox game, it's like the Aatrox read is one of the few things that was very good.
Yeah,
I think that like the issue wasn't necessarily Aatrox because Aatrox is good into Mundo. He had a big advantage. The strength of the Mundo was against the rest of the field. When you have MF, Aurora, Nico, these are just champions that don't do anything against Mundo, and that's why they picked it. Because even in that final game, it's like he played good as good of an Aatrox as you can ask. Like he played the team fights very, very well. He had a very nice Jax game, of course. Where I was reading the comments of people talking about, well, that only happened because he got ganked. Well, it's like both junglers ganked top lane like 82 times. I don't know how many times Karavi went top and Shun went top. Like that was the name of the series in terms of how much respect they have for the impact of top lane in this one. I thought that Bin played very well. I just thought that the genius of Zeus was just the fact that he found the right champions to just bend the game to his will, and that's a part of Zeus's strength. Bin is always been a player that just has like a list that he goes off of. What he picks next is always quite predictable, but that's also his biggest strength, right? He just plays these champions so damn well. While Zeus has always been, when you see Zeus counterpicking and finding value champions, then you know he's in his element because that's basically how he, in my opinion, was the best player in the world back in 23 when they won, of course, their first world championship with the ZFGK roster when he picked like Yone into Aatrox.
Yep.
Which is something they even banned coming into 4-5, which was kind of
insane,
sweet, with the Yone ban there coming against the Aatrox blind and the Zahen. So for me, like if I made a top, like if I made an all pro, then it would have 3 BOG players easily. Like I would put Zeus as a top laner, I would put Shun as a jungler, On as the support, Knight as the mid lane, and then ADC. It's like maybe I throw in pace, but I am a sucker for volume and being in the important games. So it's hard to argue against that because I do think that both Gumyushi, Viper, Pays, whoever you want to put there, I can argue for easily. Very, very easily.
Yes.
But the fact that we have 3 BOG players also speaks volumes to the run that BOG had at this tournament, because I don't think anyone can argue against that with putting Knight Shunen on there.
No, I'm with you completely, mate. I mean, that's even though I don't think Viper in general was the best, he was better than he was in the LPL. And then secondly, it didn't end up mattering because they didn't win the tournament. But if they'd have won the tournament, another thing we'd all be talking about now in the success story of BLG was actually it did end up being relevant that this is Mr. Mage bot lane player. Like, he had a whole point, like, mate, his Cassiopeia was fucking good. Like, this guy's legit. Like, yeah, the Vel'Koz angle we talked about in the past one, like that was at one point a significant angle. It's why actually if you notice, I don't really flame the draft that hard, actually. I know people did, because that's what fans just do. Whenever you lose, they say you drafted wrong. I actually think you couldn't have expected some of those things in Game 5, for example, in this series. And I actually think, in contrast, because you've got things like the majors, but I think you were playing a different meta. Like, I do think, for me, BLG's more like the comfort team in general. They're not the one that does, like, here's the current meta, we just draft towards that. In fact, actually, I've always criticised most Knight teams for sometimes putting him on the meta champion. I did think in past years they did overforce Azir's and Oriana's where it didn't make as much sense. And you had the guy where it's like, boy, you've got the guy who's cracked on like Silas and Syndra. Why do you put him on those? Like, doesn't matter what the meta champ is, give him his best champ. So I think in general they're fine. They're not. HLE's better, but BLG is not a bad drafting team. I mean, I'm with you. I actually think the Danny guy, also sadly, he's one of the people, because he didn't win this tournament, didn't get his flowers. Like, this guy has killed it this year. Like, the difference in between past BLG or even the JDG teams, or how they used to draft, and this one, I think he's done a very good job. Like, the key thing for me is this, Yamato. I don't actually believe it's about, am I the best? I think it's about the coach has to fit the players. And there's something specifically about this BLG team just fits the Danny guy. It just seems that he gets them. You know what I mean? Because even what you were saying there about Bin, he was trying to play to some of Bin's strengths, and if you notice, I think he's even been quite shrewd of knowing who's strong at what point and to draft towards him. Like, I think he's doing a good job, mate. He seems like an excellent coach.
100%, yeah. Just, the nickname I gave him still goes strong. The Ego Wrangler. I like that. In the post game interview as well, he just said that like he takes the blame upon himself.
Took it all himself. Classic, right? Yeah, love it. Love it.
That's a classic gangster move. I like it. I think that on the topic of Viper, last week I believe we had the question like if Viper, if he wins a MSI and so forth, if he should be in the GOAT conversation.
Yes.
I think that the main thing that bothers me with Viper, I don't know how the conclusion is reached, right? But we come into a game 5 where he picks Misfortune. And fine, like I understand from the point of view of what the purpose of the champion is, what the role Viper serves on this team in particular. But there's been too many series where I wish that Viper just grabbed the bull by its horns and actually put himself in a position to have some exposure to the risk in the game. Actually put himself
a bit more like when he was in Hanwha Life. He would have done that in Hanwha, right?
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like when HLE lost against BOG at 2024, he went out playing MF into Jin, or Jin into MF rather. Like the MF game against the whole Kindred Galio draft that they put together, BOG, right? And that sticks in my mind. It's like if you're a player that wants to really, really cement yourself as, one of the GOATs in your position, you need to rise to the occasion, right? You really, really need to rise to the occasion. Because if he said in that moment, okay, we have this top side that is very strong in the early game that is going to get us through no matter what. And he lets, for example, pick Kaiser there with the Nico and together with the Vi and the Aatrox, and he has this ADC that is insanely mobile, fragile in lane, albeit, but a champion that allows him to carry the game as the game progresses and give them a lot more chances and puts the risk on him. That would be that would be a significant argument if you have a player that actually takes those chances and says, you know what, give me the fucking ball, let me take this free kick. But he just, I have series that are too memorable where that wasn't the case, like I think that's the main thing I am holding against Viper in the GOAT conversation. Because now on the flip side, right? Bin versus Zeus, that to me has been like the main conversation in like the top lane GOAT conversation. And now
also dope they play against each other. We're not doing that like Smeb from back here, but they play against each other all the time. It's dope, isn't it?
Thorin. Last year was painful.
Yeah, great.
Both of these guys were just banished to the lane swap meta. It was very painful to watch.
Yeah, remember, we had to watch the world's final of Thorin versus Perfect. It was like, Jesus Christ, I know. It's brutal, isn't it?
It's like, you had two raging dragons, post world finals, two of the best players in their position, just, fighting for who's going to end up being the GOAT. And then it's just Keen just says, I can play all styles. And then this year was so lane centered. It's like I compare it to Zeus, right? It's like Zeus now, like this was a massive argument for his GOAT bid. It's like if someone told me Zeus is now the GOAT top laner, I'd be like, you know what? Yeah, why not? He's had tournaments where he has the right opposition and also rises to the task, and he walks away from a game 4 and 5 in a tournament where maybe some of his teammates dropped the ball. We talked about Kanavi, and then he has the Swain and the Mundo performance back to back to win the series for HLE. That is GOAT shit right there. That is GOAT shit. Yes. Where do you land on the whole top lane GOAT conversation now post this tournament?
I mean, it is tough because I am one of those people where when they won the last championship he won in T1, I did actually think like, on the right day, I can say Zeus is GOAT, because actually I also do like the fact that like he can do it in every sense. He actually has both styles as well. I think it's very rare. Normally, the GOAT, like if I pick the Shy, I actually always thought the Shy was a mega sus fucking weak side. I mean, you almost have to play to him. Or even if he's weak side, he has to have a carry champion. He's that sort of fucked up guy, isn't he? So the problem is the Shy is really extreme. If I say the Shy is the GOAT top laner, I more mean if I pick a specific month of play I could, or a match. But the difference is, if you were like, here's how I would say it, Yamato. This is a good case for him to be the GOAT. If you were starting a franchise tomorrow and you don't know any other player and you are saying, which top laner do you want? You would do very well to take Zeus as the first pick there, because now you can build so many different squads and he just might also perform the best. So I think that's actually pretty fair in that sense.
Yeah. It's like the equivalent of both world championships wins that Zeus has, right? It's like 23 against 24. 23, he was the carry 100%, best player on the team. 24, he had a very unimportant role, and in the sense that it wasn't super flashy. He was just kind of the guy who was in the lane swap and did his best outplaying dives. That was pretty much Zeus's tournament. And like this would be equivalent of like, he was a left winger, and then the next tournament he won playing, a CDM, central defender, or like something else completely, like goddamn goalkeeper. So with the range of styles, I'm with you. He struggled last year, but so did the entirety of HLE, right? With the whole fearless coming through and the issues with Peanut and Delight. But it's good to see him in good form, and I'm happy that the changes to top lane that happened did in fact happen, because I just want to see more Bin versus Zeus, because I do think that in a year or two, or maybe even like I think at the end of the year, the conversation will be like done. Like I think the old legends that had like 1 insane year, 2 insane years, I think they're going to just fall too far behind in terms of how much volume Bin and Zeus.
No, I'll give you the obvious example. The obvious example is if you ever go to positions like support, people won't get this because they're Zoomers and they weren't around then. Back in the day, if you had a conversation, like I'll give you a random year. If we go to like 2017 and you say, who's the GOAT support? The first 2 names people mention, by the way, are going to be Matter and Mad Life. Even then, you'd mention Mad Life, because we're only like 4 or 5 years in a League of Legends existed as a competitive game. So actually, people's careers were so much shorter. Even Mad Life being good for, I don't know, 2.5 years or something, and then Matter, let's say like 3, something like that, whatever it is, that was enough. I'm with you, though. The problem is the modern day GOAT candidates that we're picking, some of these guys are working on like 4 or 5 years as like, I'm a contender for best in the world at my position, or like best player in the world. So I agree with you. I actually think Bin is one of the other really strong contenders. His problem has just been he has to get more trophies, probably, if we want want like GOAT to be your resume too. I also think if you look at his body of work though, how many fucking years has this guy's been a stud, just killing the game, and except for this tournament, he actually was back to it this year as well. It was insane at first stand, like he was fucking monstrous. So no, I'm with you. I do think that's a good conversation because I always did for the last few years default to Smeb. He was my other guy that could do it all, and but I agree with you. Eventually, it's going to get so that when people like Zeus and Binch have like twice as long a career, being extremely good. So I do think it's totally fair. It's also why I always think to myself, though, this is why, without doing a whole tangent, Faker fans need to figure out what their criteria is. Because if your criteria is you get to count when Faker was like the GOAT individual player in the 2010s, well, then you can't then tell me, you can't bring up people like Matt. That was the same time he was playing against those guys. Like, does that count or not? Because if it doesn't count, then I'm sorry, Trophy's better than Faker. Not at winning tournaments, because we're better individual mid laner. Like, what are we even doing at this point? So it's why I do think I need a GOAT discussion. You got to set your criteria, then you'll figure out who it is. Right, all right, what about this then? I actually think we'll just go in rough order, basically. Obviously, we now have to talk about Lion. Because the crazy thing about Lion is, look, here's the craziest copium ever. I do think now this is going to make some Lion players and fans think, oh my God, we could have won MSI if we'd made the final. It's like, bruh, I saw you play BLG, and I'm sorry, I don't believe you could have done any of the shit that I just saw from HLE in that final. But I'll give you credit. You could potentially have won that series against HLE, though. That's not impossible. Like, that was interesting. Like, I've got to say, Yamato, this is... The result of like G2 T1, that's not insane. Like T1 actually hasn't looked as strong. The HLE Lion one, that was shocking to me. Like I did think that was like a really, really impressive performance. And in fact, it's one of the reasons why I'm actually glad people are going crazy, glazing, inspired again. Because I'm sorry about it. Even though he himself in interviews has the opposite perspective to me. I don't know if you saw this. He basically makes it sound like he actually sort of prefers the Lion players to the FlyQuest players. He actually thinks that essentially, without naming names, he basically said he thinks those FlyQuest players sort of let him down in the series, and even if he got leads, he couldn't sort of trust them to carry. I don't care what he says. If I look player for player, I think FlyQuest is a much better roster than Lion. But I'll tell you what, mate, Inspired he was unreal in this tournament. Like, this is some fucking unbelievable level performance. And yeah, I'll also give it to the two Koreans. I think the Saint guy has just been a revelation. Like, if that's true, that's why Inspired joined this team. He has a fucking eye for talent, mate, because this guy, you would never know that in the first split. This guy's actually had some cracked up performances. And actually, I even think Berserker, like, what a great signing to bring him back. Like, he looks completely different to the player I saw playing in LCK, who I think was just going to be forgotten and would never be known as a good player. So, like, fair play to Lion. What a fucking sick performance at this event.
Yeah, I think the most impressive fact in my mind when it comes to this tournament in particular, what the NA teams brought in, because I think TL brought some of that too, is that
Sure.
I think in contrast to the other teams, they had a relatively strong foundation in what their floor was in their gameplay.
Yes.
I think that strategically they kind of ingrained something in their gameplay patterns that was very easy to repeat. And I think that regardless of what the enemy offered, they could always offer kind of the same. And I think that's what Lion brought to the table, where I think that we can point to massive underperformances of, for example, HLE. BLG is probably like the only one where we can't point to that. Maybe like game one against HLE in the finals, game one against T1 in the beginning. Like there might be some one-off games or some of the early games against Lion, for example, sure. But it's like this tournament was very, very chaotic in terms of teams' performances. Regardless of what people want to say or not say, I do think that T1 underperformed against G2, but G2 performed quite well against T1. And G2 underperformed against Lion, while Lion performed good against G2. Like, two things can happen at the same time. And I do think that the person who makes sure that they have that backbone and spine, that they always kind of enter into a game in a way that makes it playable and circumvents some of the issues that, a weaker team on paper can have against a team like HLE. That's just Inspired does that. Coming into the tournament, as a jungler, I didn't rate him higher than some of the guys like Kanavi or for example, Shun. But in terms of the claim I always made was, you can put any jungler in the world on Lion and they won't be able to do what Inspired has done for this team.
Yes.
In terms of value as a player, untouchable. untouchable. Like you can put Shun, Tarzan, whoever the hell, you can put them on Lion, and they are not gonna. They're not beating C9. In all of these games, like they're not making it to the tournament as number one seeds. It's like these players are goddamn good, but they don't warp their teams in such a way where the added portion of how fueled Mr. Inspire was against the likes of G2. It just showed itself in the gameplay, and all the nuggets we get from either the broadcast of his comms or how his teammates speak just reinforce the idea of how impactful Inspired is as a leader. Because we rarely get insights like that to any team. We don't even know, like for half of these teams, we don't know who the leader is in game. We don't know. There's like on occasion we hear it's like, oh, Lehens or Peanut or Fakers, very calm in later parts and just calls Nashers out of nowhere. Sure, we get nuggets, but never something so damn clear. And the fact that Lion could get away with getting very strong mechanical players that didn't necessarily have like the best macro sense, like a Saint. So very obvious Saint's mechanics super good, but he played very stupid League of Legends.
Yep.
And for him now to be working with Inspired and now have that spear so sharpened, that's just an additional layer of why Inspired is so impactful. And Isles, to me, on top of that, is also one of those players where I think to myself, like, this guy is just, even at the beginning of the year, winter, parts of spring, like he played quite bad. And then the glow up in this tournament.
Oh, it's leveled up so much. It's crazy, isn't it? He
He
had an awesome tournament, this entire tournament. He was really good, yeah.
Yes, it's just complete night and day. I don't know what the hell has happened there. But considering once again the track record of Inspired, it's like I just want to give the guy credit again, because the same thing happened on the Busio, and I think Busio hasn't really found himself in the same way on Casey. So you put one and one together, and everything the equals Inspired deserves more and more credit.
There's a thing that just happened in Counter-Strike because we just had the major and Carrigan came over, this legendary leader, and won with Falcons, right? When you look at it individually, the difference is individually he's a much worse player than Inspired, obviously. But the key thing we call it the Carrigan effect. That actually where you see the impact is the teammate plays better. Like that's it. I think there's an Inspired effect. I'm with you, bro. Because I'll tell you what, despite what Inspired said in his interview, I don't actually think he is like way better than Skewbond or whatever. I think he just head to head has some interesting tricks against Skewbond, and Skewbond's not as experienced. I think in terms of a talent and ability at the end of their careers, that'll be the interesting discussion. It's going to be between Jankos, him, and Skewbond, like, who was actually the better one, right? Because obviously Diamond Prox is a million years ago in the fucking era when the goalkeeper had no gloves, to give you that analogy. So I think actually, like, I'm with you though. If you put Skewbond on Lion, look, Skewbond might have some awesome games as a jungler, but he wouldn't do any of this shit to the rest of the players. I'm with you. Like, the player Saint looked way more experienced than he is. Like, he was making good moves finally. Like, I agree. Before that, he was just one of those Koreans who import because he has crazy hands. Like, you'd have no idea what they're going to do as a player. Sometimes those players just like Thanatos looks mega in lane, but is he ever going to win a tournament? I don't know at this point in his career, mate. He also looks like he needs someone to lead him a little bit and to sort of coordinate him. So, no, this is why Inspired, unironically. I'll tell you one angle I want to ask you about, because I feel like a lot of fans didn't even make any attempt to really understand why Inspired has been doing the trash talk to G2 and all this like shit. Because if people don't know, I saw actually, you know that guy Empire who used to work for Evil Geniuses as like a coach, and he was obviously in the Evil Geniuses that had Inspired. No, Empire. He was a coach that worked for Evil Geniuses, not the player Emperor.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
So
I know what you mean.
He was at EG with Peter Gunn.
Not Emperor, fucking fanatic.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
He used to work with Inspired when he was in EG, so obviously he has bias towards Inspired, but it means he knows Inspired, right? I can tell you basically, he made a tweet, and by the way, I'm pretty sure he probably just asked Inspired, he knows this from behind the scenes. He made a tweet where he basically said something like, this is why, by the way, Inspired's pissed off at G2 and LEC. He basically said that all the top teams in Europe just ignored Inspired over the off-season. Because here's the thing, right? You'll have seen in the offseason, I think he even said something like it was implied that actually Inspired himself reached out to G2. Like, do you want to sign me? Because remember, people are going to forget this is like Scumon's still like a young player, he's an experience. He actually reached out supposedly. And look, here's my problem. If you look at the top 3 LEC teams in terms of the orgs, right? G2 is probably not going to do it because you're gambling that Scumon is the next Inspired, aren't you? So you don't, that one I don't think's terrible, even though I get why Inspired thinks he's better. The MCoy one, I also think you actually can't make that change, Yamato. Like, your whole team is El Yoya. It's not only the most fan favourite. He's also an Inspired. He's a captain of the team, and he's done pretty fucking well, even though he's not as good internationally. I agree. Put it this way, if the KSC one, though, I'm with you on that one. If you're Inspired, it should be like, are you fucking kidding me? What, you're sticking with Yike over me? Like, if you had me, mate, I think we just beat G2, isn't it? So that's why, actually, as he said in interviews, what Inspired is actually mad at is he even acknowledges LEC is better than LCS. It's just basically, if he'd have come to LEC, it looks like he'd have been on like Vitality or something, you know, some average to above average. He wouldn't have gotten one of the best offers, unfortunately. That's why he chose to instead go and sort of make his own team in NA and get paid loads of money. I don't blame him. So I actually I don't think he's actually saying like fuck G2. He's definitely not saying like, but wait a minute, I thought you said LEC. No, he's just mad at the fact that like people haven't sort of acknowledged in LEC how cracked out he is. Because I do think when I watch these tournaments, mate, part of me just thinks, listen, it's cool you got this pretty good Lion team, but what if you were on KC though, bro? Wouldn't that just be like a game changer? Wouldn't that? I think someone like a KC could be much stronger than Lion, in my opinion, if you look at the players they have. In fact, we'll talk about this later, maybe, when we talk about the G2 thing. If I'm KC, the 2 things I would have written on a piece of paper after this MSI is, during off-season, send blank check to Inspired and Dylan Falco. Like, if we get these 2 pieces, mate, that can be like the arms race, right? That's like getting a nuke. Like, now you're in the game, because I don't blame Inspired for that. Here's what's funny, though. You notice that shows you what a really honest and blunt person he is, though. Because if you win, normally you go, well, I didn't want to join your team anyway. You suck and we won. Even when he won, he's sort of like, that's why you should have signed me to your team. It's like, his teammates are probably like, what the fuck? Like, what? But it's like you say about the comms. One thing I like about Inspired, bro, is in his comms, he comes off a bit spicy. He's definitely very blunt. But I always tell people this. Is he wrong, though? Almost every time I see him make a comment about a teammate, or it usually seems like it's justified. He just doesn't make it. He doesn't dress it up. He's not very polite. It just seems like he's pretty direct, you know. What did you think about that whole trash talk angle?
You know, I just want to bring people back to there was the I think the lower bracket finals they played with Jensen, and right after in the interview he kind of blamed Jensen. They went to MSI. It was even worse. And then they got in quad, and then they went on to go on one of the best North American runs we've seen.
Agreed.
Ever.
Yes.
And at the time, people were very, very critical of him. But once again, as you asked, was he wrong? He wasn't wrong. He simply wasn't wrong. Maybe you don't like the time and the place and think it's off-putting in some kind of way, but I just think that those type of pleasantries, they kind of are seen as a waste of time. It's kind of like the Eastern European mentality. You know, I mentioned to you already, like I had a Russian Warcraft 3 coach, and you know, he told me straight out, I was like, oh, this is shit, stop doing this. It's like, I told you this 10 times, like, can you fucking try harder? Like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, for me, that was great. I was like, yeah, all right. You're right. What should I say? I need to just do better and listen, you know? And I think that there's beauty in that efficiency for sure. And on the topic of, you know, his hatred towards, you know, like I can understand from an NA perspective, you know, if you're competing in NA, especially from Inspired side, it's like I'm ragging on the LCS too. Like I predicted him to do very poorly at this tournament based on the level that I saw in the NA-LCS. And I can imagine that the experience from LCS is similar to the experience from LPL against the LCK, as in terms of what the Western audience is, where a lot of the things that you do go underappreciated. And you know, in the end now, like I imagine that like EU fans, whether it was KC fans or whatever, like I don't know what kind of you know, spam he got his way when he made a comment about a jungler or a different player, because like European fans can be very annoying, very, very annoying. And he said this, his bye-bye was his fuck you to G2 as an org and the EU fans. He has nothing against the players. It's like G2 also go out of the way, they play that game of making fun of things too. They also did the tweet, where they kind of made a fake message from Inspires, like, do you guys need a jungler? And he retweeted that, whatever, I always thought, like in the beginning of my career, I thought that emotions need to be cut out of play, but emotions are very useful. And it seemed like this was something that fueled Inspired to play even better. If you can tap into that, then you tap into a form of passion that is so damn lethal, because Inspired was demonic in the series against G2, and the anger from his side makes sense. I can tell you also a story. This is something I already shared publicly, but when I was on Casey and we had the list of junglers available, I like on that list was Inspired. And I wanted Inspired, but he was just considered as a toxic profile that wouldn't work in a team setting. And I think that I think Inspired is smart enough because obviously the conversation is G2 have Skewmond, and I think committing to Skewmond makes sense. I can see that path, I can see that future very easily, and I can see a scenario where Inspired might not be as impactful as he is on a different team to this team. But I can also see a world where a player like Inspired, if he needs to do a lot less of the things that he needs to do on other teams, maybe it just unlocks a whole nother level of gameplay. Because I think that the main thing, right, is bandwidth. Like Inspired is a player that has an insane amount of bandwidth, and that makes him so strong, which removes from the bandwidth that all his teammates need to kind of, contribute to the game. Because if you have everything set out for you, the timings, when you need to be strong, when you need to be recalling, where the enemy jungle is, where the enemy next play is, playing the lane and playing your champion becomes so much easier. And maybe there's a world where if Inspired doesn't need to contribute that bandwidth and he's a lot more focused on his play because things are more streamlined on a more high-level G2 with Broken Blade and Caps, and maybe Inspired just turns into easily like the best Western player of all time.
Like
that
individually,
could be the case.
Yeah.
Could be the case,
No, by the way, I know what you mean. I mean, the obvious person I'd compare him to is like a Doinby. I was really shocked at the end of his career when Doinby got insane individually, because I always used to think, bro, it makes sense that you're kind of a bit shit in lane. You basically StarCrafted the game. Like, you're just piloting all your teammates and, like you say, giving timers and calling people matchups. Like, it was outrageous, the things he did. But obviously, there's very few players can do that. I'm with you, though. I actually think that's also why if you G2, I'm sorry you don't make that gamble. Because in that setting, what if it turns out that your team doesn't need that from Inspired also? Maybe actually just having someone just like Skewmond is exactly what you want. And again, the problem is, even though I agree with Inspired, maybe because of experience, he's slightly better than Skewmond. Skewmond could also be Inspired in a year or two. So you're also gambling that you get that, but you just get him at the beginning of his career. Whereas actually, people will forget this too. Inspired's actually a mega veteran right now. Remember, guys, he was playing in the 2010s in the LEC. So like the guy at this point in time, no one knows how many more years he's got. I imagine right now he looks healthy. He could play for a couple more years, but maybe he only has 2-3 more years. The sad thing actually about junglers specifically is when they drop off, they tend to drop off pretty hard. So unfortunately, when you're done, you're done. See, I can't know that. No, I just thought we'd bring it up because I just thought there was more nuance to that topic. I feel like people are going one way or the other. Like either he's totally right and it's like, or he was rude to do it and all that. Whereas I'm with you. It's like, as long as you put the right players around him, I don't care what people think of those clips. He is not on the level of like a Double Lift, a Forgiven, those ones that are self-made where they have some crazy stories of shit they said to teammates. He, as far as I can tell, he is just not. He's not a polite Brit or American. He's just very straightforward. In general, I don't even see it as flaming. It's usually more problem solving. I'd call it aggressive problem solving. That's what I'd say it is. But as I say, because I am someone who's known a lot of people like that, someone would say I'm a person like that, I can sort of see past the way he's saying it and see what he's saying. And I think what he's saying is usually correct. Seems also, by the way, like a really smart guy as well. It seems like very shrewd, like understanding of teammates and what they can do. Because there's another thing. I'll tell you what, I'll tell you one last thing I'll say on Inspired and then we'll move on. Is I actually think a thing that's underrated is the notion people think he's just flaming. No. If you have a look in his teams, actually, when he has a player who has a weakness, like I heard he was like this with Danny in EG. People will know in EG, Danny was weak in lane, and then he also probably had like some mental fragility as a competitor. I've heard actually that Inspired like understood how to get him ahead in the game, and basically was actually like a mentor figure outside of the game. It was the sort of guy who'd put your arm around you, like, oh, we'll get him next time. I think he also knows Yamato who can take the flame. I think if he has a whip or something, he'll go head to head with it because he knows that's someone who likes to do that himself. I would bet in this team, there's no way he's rude to like Dockler or something like that. I think he knows Dockler's working with limited capabilities and going to do certain things in the game. I think that's also a thing people miss. The difference is, bro, the Forgivens of the world used to flame everyone in the room, bro. Everyone just got it, and if you were the lesser player, you got it even worse. I think Inspired actually does it like a good manager, an old school good manager. He's stern, but in a way that's like appropriate, you know. So I think a lot of it's overblown. I actually love his style. Again, if I'm with you, I'd love to have a player like that in my team, mate. As long as I put the right teammates around, we're going to win. We're going to, rather than have 50 conversations where we dance around and talk, we're just going to go straight to the heart of the matter and fix it immediately. I think that's kind of cool. That's an asset in a team.
I was just straight up, like some of the memes people pulled about Chuck Norris and Zlatan and shit. It's like, I think, saving Fnatic only Inspired could do, like his track record is so insane for reasons that the fact is that nobody else could possibly pull it off, it seems so inconceivable where he won with players you didn't have any expectation of winning in a world where most trophies are just consolidated by the top 3 teams. Inspired was never signed to what was on paper a top 3 team. That is what is so insane about his track record. Whether it was EG, FlyQuest, and of course now Lion, where they started from was never from, oh, this is where all the talent is. This is the team. This is a team that just makes top 2 no matter what. It wasn't the case. It's like pre-FlyQuest era, like EG before that. Sure, they were competitive, with the Jizuke era and so forth. But then they had, of course, coming in with Jojo Pune and then Danny. Like them winning a first title there was absolutely insane in a field of organizations that just have grabbed most of the trophies. And then FlyQuest as well, they had the whole situation with Prince, and they had the roster with Vulcan, and of course with Impact, and they didn't manage to do shit before Inspired's arrival together with Bwipo, and how they kind of put together a team with pieces that were relatively discarded by the rest of the, of course, region. And I think Lion is the same. It's like you have Inspired, who now we hear the rumors about how EU didn't look at him, in a way where they saw him as a super valuable asset, even though we can understand how the top 3 teams are attached to the jungler in some shape or form, outside of maybe the Yak angle, right? And then the extension would be just Dockler, a player that just plain and simple, he wasn't supposed to play 2 years now for some reason, which is crazy. Like he just wasn't supposed to play 2 years, and he somehow makes.
You know what triggers me about that is that when he performs, people do that thing where they go, the other teams didn't want him, and I always go, his own teams didn't want him. His own teams didn't pick this guy first. So, like, we can't. You have to blame the whole league by that logic, bro. The other teams had fucking FlyQuest and the Lion didn't want to. Remember, bro, he was a coach. He wasn't even a player. He was a coach on one of these teams. Because fair play, I'm with you. It's a cool story, but like we're all acting like in hindsight, you could tell he was going to do this. Like, if anything, the crazy thing about Dockler is I still think eye test wise, he never looks crazy. He's just one of those people. They have a term in American sports. They call it you're a gamer. As in what they mean is like when you're in a big match, you can just sort of like hang with the vibe, like you give your best in the big games and you just hang in there and you battle and he has that thing. I tell you what, an obvious thing to me is he had good mental. He seems like he has like strong mental thought. He doesn't need to be ahead in the game. He doesn't need to be ahead in the league. Just have to have the champion pick. It's just a guy where it's what you want from a veteran, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I think his runs at internationals are very similar to is very similar to what Perfect offered to KT at the World Championship last year, where he just does a great job of attaching himself to what the plan is and doesn't add any additional volatility or risk to the game, which is something some players can't. Some players are really not good at that. Like the reason Castle didn't work is because he sucked ass at that. He made the game about himself when the game wasn't about himself at all. But to just continue on the line of how Lion is a team full of rejects, it's like Isles was just plugged in here because they couldn't have more, of course, imports. And then you have Berserker, who had a relatively mediocre showing in the LCK, and he just realized that he's now a small fish in a big pond after coming from North America. And it's just the story of like how Inspired brings organizations that are so far behind on paper in terms of the pedigree, because usually organizations that win, they keep winning. We see that in everywhere. We see that in every region, whether it's like the usual suspects in the LPL or the LCK, where you have the top 3 teams that are just fighting for the titles over and over again. And then, of course, we have the LEC, where it's painfully obvious that G2 is just a big dog. The fact that Inspired just warps the region around them is just incredible. If someone wants to go so far to say, he's the GOAT of Western League of Legends, because people have thrown that around.
Okay.
It's I wouldn't go so far to say it, because I do think that the international performances and actually winning and going over the line matters. But if someone told me, bro, he's playing with bums his whole career, I'm like, you know what? He has an occasional good player here, but usually when you look at the players pre-inspired, post-inspired, they just all disappear. Whipple is in tier 2 Brazil, obviously, for other reasons.
But if you compare the other candidates in that list, right, bro, forget Diamond Prox again, that was so long ago, most people listening won't even know his teammate. But if you just look at Jankos and Skill, we're picking them when they have the best teammates imaginable. Again, their GM's going, I have the best player in every role, and then he's there. Like, you look at who Inspired's doing it. This is unreal, isn't it? Like, the min-max of what he's doing as a jungler is crazy.
I agree.
Oh, I'm with you. Right, okay, I'll tell you what, we will pivot now. And what we'll do is, I've got away, we're going to go out of order. We will talk about G2, we'll do that in a minute. So what we'll do is, we're going to do a quick poly market where I'll talk about a topic and then I'll spin that into talking about another MSI team. So there's quite an interesting, if people don't know on Polymarket, they do a props section where, as well as doing things like who wins a tournament, who qualifies, they actually have them. I know it's not as often a common thing in League, because in League, people don't tend to change players during the season. But in Counter-Strike, we have loads of these. They've got one now for League of Legends I thought it's actually quite appropriate. There's one that says, will T1 make a roster move before September? So it's not this season, it's just before September. So you basically got August and like 2 weeks or so, roughly. So just almost 6 weeks this could happen within. And obviously it has to happen. It's not if they make it, it has to happen within that time span for it to happen. So at the moment, it was at one point, by the way, massive. Like if you go back like a week or something ago, it actually was all the way up to like, I think the highest was like 72% or something. It's now down at 18%. So actually the traders are saying it won't happen, right? I actually will say, if you just ask me that question, will T1 make a roster? I don't think it will, right? The main reason why is obvious to me, which is what we're going to do now is there's obviously a topic, which is one, how did they fail at MSI? Because if people don't know, Faker had that record where they always made top 4 in international. They came 5th to 6th at this one, in part, by the way, also because they had to play BLG, but to be fair, they lost to G2. So they have that angle, which obviously makes people upset, because remember, bro, T1 fans send trucks when you're like 2nd or 3rd in LCK. They're not going to accept being 5th to 6th internationally and losing to a European team. So there's that part. And then also, if you actually saw the trucks, they even said Thorin out. Like, they specifically want Thorin out. It's why actually in this team, he is just going to be the whipping boy, bro. He's going to get blamed every time he loses, even though he certainly did play bad. I also thought Faker had some fucking bad games. I thought there was some dodgy order performances. So I think it's certainly not just a Thorin thing. But I can see why, if you're already a harsh fan base anyway that's really demanding, and then you do this bad position, and maybe already you guys didn't fuck with Thorin, maybe you thought you almost lost your worlds last year. I can see why people might want a roster move. Here's my problem though, Yamato. I don't think there's anyone they can bring in before September, though, because this is the problem. It's not the off-season. It's not free agents. Like, at this point in time, what you're basically saying, assuming Thorin's the player you want out, is get us a better top laner than Thorin in the next 6 weeks. It's like, well, who the fuck's that going to be then? Because if I go and look elsewhere, you just said it earlier, all the best players in LCK pretty much play in the top 3 teams. So you're not getting any. There's no universe even where you can get Zeus or Keen. That's not even on the table. Beyond that, I don't even know where you're going, because people might be down on Thorin because he has the odd international series that he hints, right? I'll remind people, he is still a really good player, especially domestically. And actually, he has a fabulous resume for his career, because even though he's like bad at hinting, he's actually a pretty strong player overall. So I'm thinking of other players out there. Bro, I don't know how in good conscience you could ever upgrade them. Like, listen, I know he played bad at the end in the Road to MSI, but I in general like Shiwu from D+. I can't in good conscience tell you he's going to be better than Thorin. I have no idea how he'd do if he was in a semi-final or a Worlds final. Perfect. I've already made the meme. I don't even think he's that good, but I think it's crazy. He almost won. Well, I don't know who people want in this move here. Like, that's the problem. I get the idea you want this guy out, but I always say it's not about who you want out. It's about who can we bring in and replace him. They have to be better. It has to make sense. So Do you think they will make a roster move? And would you? Is there even someone to bring in? What would you think, Yamato? Should they make a roster move?
I just feel like that equation is like one of those math equations that scientists have like wrestled with for years. It's like, oh, I've sat with this for hours and I can't find the solution to like time and space and how it bends or some Schrödinger cat shit. I don't know. I don't know what kind of math equations haven't been solved. I can't reference any, but I feel like to that list you can ask, who do we replace Thorin with? Because I feel like this question has come up with any team Thorin's been on. And the issue is always his ints are far too memorable. His mistakes are far too memorable. And he just can't get it over the finish line when it comes to the best of the best, when it comes to Keen, Bin, and of course, Zeus. He's not better than those. And the issue is that he's better than everybody else below him. It's strange because we are now in a situation where I do think that when it comes to the LCK, talent in the ADC position, in my opinion, is the strongest. Mid lane ADC is by far the strongest in the LCK. After that, jungle and support, you have like some specific players. But in terms of what top lane is, we already talked about this on previous episodes where we talked about how Keen going to the military is going to hurt Korea immensely. Because not only do T1 have to solve the question, it's like, what do we do with Doran? Is there someone to replace him? There's going to be another team in the race for that conversation. And then suddenly, maybe there's a world where the speculation of these crazy potential lane swaps of some players could happen. Because, as much of a pipe dream as it is, which I think probably would never happen.
I can't even believe that. I wondered where you were going with that. You were really going to go with the angle of like, take Thorin up, but put Faker top and bring another mid. Is that where you're headed on this? Is that where you're backdooring me to?
I was heading more like the other way, where you get Chovy as your top laner.
Oh, right. Okay. And have Faker and Chovy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there you go.
Okay.
Because that's how crazy you need to go.
Yeah.
The moment Keen is out, and we don't have some crazy new name in top lane, I just don't see a world where whichever team Zeus goes to, how are they just not winning every split?
I know. Yeah.
And Zeus is free agent at the end of this year, which is the crazy thing.
And by the way, obviously, I know people have speculated this in the past that maybe Chovy could even change top lane. If people don't know, think of two things Chovy has in his game that would be quite appropriate as a top laner. One, he is famous for just only giving a fuck about the lane. Like, he really cares about 1v1. And then two, he's really good at side laning. Like, actually, it's not as crazy as people think. People are thinking this is some next level one, but I actually think it's more comparable to like when Perks went ADC and he just had the brain to do it, didn't he? He had the right mindset. He didn't play it like an ADC, but he could play the lane, couldn't he? He could be that position. Listen, it goes out saying this move definitely isn't going to happen anymore. We're just spitballing, right? We're coming up with a hypothetical, yeah?
Yeah. It just, outside of T1, I don't think they can make roster changes. I don't think it's going to happen.
No, of course not.
Unless they have some academy play that I don't know about. Like, I'm not in a loop about their academy. But it just, what's going to happen? People talk about how Zeus would never come back to T1 or whatever. I think there's a world where maybe in this offseason, Zeus might just become like, in terms of pay, it might be comparable to like, probably not Faker level, but he, just because of the existence of Faker, he'll probably be the most paid player that isn't Faker. That's my expectation.
Okay.
Because you're going to have three teams that are going to fight tooth and nail for this guy. If Keen, of course, goes military. Maybe he high rolls and he gets to stay. That would also change the dynamic of the region. But because right now, if you don't have Keen, we only have one top laner in Korea that we consider better than Doran. That's the freaky part about the T1 dilemma.
All right, here's what they should do. I've figured out. I'm going to take your point and I'm going to add to it, and we're going to up the ante. Here's what they need to do, Yamato. I've actually solved it. Obviously, it's way too crazy to think you can get Chovy. First of all, he's probably going to be in Gen G the rest of his career. He's their prize and gem. He probably only wants to play mid lane anyway. Here's what you actually do. I've solved it for you, Yamato. Right? Faker himself needs to go to the fucking president of Korea and tell him, you have to let Keen not do military service as long as he agrees to join T1. There you go. There's the bagger. Now let's see if Faker's power really, because he does have that like Messi like control over the game, I feel like. So if they were ever going to do some, but come on, ring up that guy. Go on, make it happen, sir. Bring Keane to my team.
We've seen him dine with some prime ministers.
I know. Yeah,
Maybe that's why he wants to
Yeah.
have dinner with MBS, you know, to pull some strings. Oh man.
Anyway, I thought what we'd do now is let's talk about the tournament, because obviously when we actually were doing the last one, it was before I'm almost certain it was before the G2 T1 series, right? It must have been. Let me have a look. What day was the G1 T1 series? That was on
G2
Wednesday.
T1 was the next day.
We did the show on Tuesday. Yes, we did. So first of all, right, by the way, you said it earlier. I sort of agree with you. This is why, if you're actually lying, it's more the series against Handball Life that you should be bragging about, because I actually do think G2 overperformed while T1 played kind of a bit crap in that series. And then the difference is then G2 just looked at absolute shit and Lion just rolled them. Yeah, that's true. But I don't think this was everyone playing at their peak level and then like, wow, Lion's just better than all of them. Like the obvious angle here that I can't see is I'd actually like to have seen Lion play T1. Just didn't get to see that match, unfortunately. So, right, on this G2 series, if we're going to say T1 underperformed, where was T1 lacking? What was wrong with them? Because look, let's be real. Because of T1's long history, a lot of people probably had them as like the dark horse to win the event, probably like third after Handball Life and BLG, maybe. You know, what do you think? What went wrong for T1? Why were they eliminated so quickly?
You know, I think it just depends on how you frame it, right? I think that we had expectations that their solo laners would be the flaw against HLE and BLG, and I think that's why I think anyone put them as the third best. I think like putting them as the favorite to win it all, that's just some belief in high power and maybe, you know, star signs or something. Because the solo lanes would be the aspect that we expect to be disappointed by. In the sense of performance, which to some degree delivered. I thought that Faker was fine in some series and good even in some of the early series that T1 played, especially in play-ins, but that wasn't the super impactful. Like his Galio game, the final one, was atrocious against G2, and Thorin definitely made it very easy for opponents to just roll over them. But I thought that what would keep T1 very competitive would be their unique identity and style, in the sense that they have a jungle and support that can easily perform at the best level of anyone else in their position. But I think that's where the biggest disconnect happened. I think that Keria and Owner, by their international standard, their international performances, this was probably the weakest tournament we've ever seen from them at an international level. I think that you know, in terms of Keria finding his own identity, you know, the take that we had earlier in the year, where this owner, like basically this meta has been shaped by On as a player. Keria didn't have the power to move it. He came into that BOG series opening with Leona, Nautilus, and then Camille giving over Bard. He said so himself, you know, like it's kind of funny how ever since Keria proclaimed himself to be the GOAT of his position, he hasn't won and has looked quite bad since. Something very, very cursed about it, because obviously we agree with him, but there's something about the player uttering those words that can definitely, you know, maybe plant the wrong seed in your mind in terms of how you approach the game. But I think that just Owner and Keria were the biggest disappointments for T1, just because we expect them to perform at such a higher standard than what they showed. Because in that series against G2, Labrov ran laps around Keria. Labrov was much better than him.
Absolutely.
And those are words that I never thought I would
utter.
Oh,
it's crazy,
you know? Labrov has had a great year. You know, fair play to him. He had a very good tournament outside of the Lion series. Really good. Like really, really breakout tournament. But Keria being just late on every play, being late on every situation, and not doing anything mechanically creative, it was very lackluster. And Owner was very uncreative in his play and just looked tired in his gameplay. And all of that happened where your game identity could have worked because of how good Pays played. Pays had the biggest carry performances from the ADC position when everyone else around them was just leaning into the weak side style. And I feel like Pays was ready to carry a T1 to potential victory as a dark horse if he had his teammates actually perform to the higher end of their standard. But Oren and Kara just weren't online at all during this tournament. And I think that's the biggest thing that weighed T1 down. On top of the fact that the preparation, I already mentioned, the whole Camille, Leona, Nautilus priority for a player like Keria in a series against a player like On, which makes very little sense. We also had the Trundle blind pick. We had the whole interview where they didn't expect Kled. It's like, it's very, very, sure, Kled into Olaf is not something that we see often, but it's very, very easy, like it's a very, very basic way of how you do your prep work. It's like, oh, we know he plays Kled.
It's the classic pocket pick from him, yeah.
It's like they knew he plays Kled into Sion, but it's like you have to do a little bit of a deeper exploration. It's like, okay, what is Kled good against? What angles can he pick it in? When is it dangerous? It's very, very simple, prep work. It's very, very basic prep work. And to admit that they weren't ready for it, then that's just crazy to me. I think T1, in a world where we talk so much about coaching, T1 is the team that showcases that they have very little of it. Because in the end, we give a lot of praise to Dane, you give a lot of praise to Home and Mowgli and the coaching staffs around these teams. You give a lot of praise to G2's coaching staff before the Lions series, of course. I just think that element of the game now with Fearless is becoming more and more pronounced. As teams have more experience on the Fearless, we also see in terms of the new side selection, in terms of how much impact that has in terms of your choices. There's a lot of strategic wins you can take, and T1 has never been good at that. And I think at this tournament, they paid the biggest price for it.
No, I mean, what we'll do as well is we'll do the thing where we can talk about this series and the Lion series from G2 as well. Here's the biggest difference as well for me in the T1 series is that is easily, I think it's not even content, that is easily the best Broken Blade international series you have ever seen in your life. Like people are going to do the same thing again that where the Zeka one, where they changed history. Broken Blade had many years where he was sus internationally. I even think not in that distant memory. I even think last year you had tournaments where he was just kind of whatever. Not only has he played better in general this split, but I thought he had an amazing series here. Look, the reason why I also will contrast it is, wasn't he way worse against Lion? Like, all of a sudden his laner went to shit even against Dorklu. By the way, it's famously not even particularly a laner. He's more of a team fight, do what you can to help out top laner. So I thought this was a mega series from Broken Blade. Remember, people very rarely ever beat Korean teams in BO5s unless you're the absolute best LPL team or you're just another Korean team. So it is a big deal to win in this fashion because he was the player of the series. He had a really fucking strong series, even if, yes, in the series after that, he sort of went a bit missing. So it's why I bring that up because I don't want people to go too far the other way. It doesn't mean everything's forgiven in the past of Broken Blade and now he'll always be excellent in every series. No, but that was a big one. That, if you want to have the discussion, which we've all been having earlier this year, of like, maybe you get the Nakanakos of the world, should you have upgraded top lane, etc. This is one of those series that at least he can put up and go, what about that? It's like, okay, fair enough. That keeps me interested. Bear in mind, I know you're not going to make a roster move. I want to see what you do at EWC and at Worlds, etc. Let's see it.
Yeah, I think when it comes to G2 and how they've built rosters, it's like they don't want too many positions to be inexperienced at the same time. I think that they will be ready to move on from Broken Blade when Skewmond is ready to take the responsibilities that Broken Blade offers to the team. Because it's very clear that he offers a lot of leadership. And even at this tournament, the contrast between Inspired and Skewmond is that Skewmond has a shit ton of talent, but his inexperience, obviously, they're just judging based off of camera and how you move. But it's still very telling how Skewmond's body language is just so, seems so self-destructive. Whenever they pan the camera to him, always,
he has a bit of tilt in him, let's be real, he does,
yeah,
doesn't he? Yes.
Just looks physically.
Because don't you think people do that thing where in League, someone made this point years ago, people do think that tilting is the same thing as choking, but I don't think it is, Yamato. To me, choking's more like you don't know what to do in the game, you can't play, and it's like your hands won't move. Tilting is where you get angry at the game, mate. You're just pissed off. I know what you mean. Yeah, in that case, he is very French. Like when he looks like a whiner, mate. I've got to tell you right now, he looks like he fucking, I bet he goes off in comms, you know what I mean?
No, I don't know if he does it in comms or not, but like you can just see on the body language, that if you take him off his game, especially with the role that he has had in G2 this year, where his responsibility has gotten greater and greater, it definitely comes across as, inexperience is right there, And I think that Broken Blade had a very good series against T1. I'm with you there. Do we just move on to G2? We talk about G2 as a whole. We go all the way.
Do it. Go for it.
Again, in terms of G2, I think that the standouts why they got so far was Broken Blade and Skimond and Labrov, which is surprising because I thought the Caps had a relatively quiet tournament for his standard. I think that there were moments, for example, in the top esports series where he stepped up to the play. But even in that series, I don't know if I can walk away and say that Caps was the better mid laner against Cream.
Cream had a good performance.
I think Cream was just the better mid laner, and Caps was relatively quiet. And the main issue I see with just Hansama and what he represents, because Hansama kind of represents the Doran problem of the ADC problem when it comes to Western ADCs. It's like we look at the three that we had as a representation, even four with Eon. I think that even though Eon beat KC, like Eon's contribution to Team Liquid's run here was almost non-existent in my opinion. There were moments where he made very crucial mistakes, but his teammates just really, really like stepped up to the plate, like CoJJ Smurfed and Jose Dioda and so forth. It's like the Western ADCs that we had, like coming from the Western teams, were very, very weak. I think Hansama, it's like his best series was against Lion, but that was like him just maintaining his floor. But in every other game, just completely uninteresting. Because even on this whole topic, even though Berserker had some games that were good, I think also there were games, especially against, for example, BLG, where he's primed to carry, where he just doesn't. I think that game 3 specifically against BLG, where he's like 6 items severe and just gets dry bard ulted for the game to just finish, where BLG just aces them, like 5-0 aces them, and the game just finished. When we were building up for a team fight for 10 minutes where Sivir is just free farming getting 6 items. It's just that in the context of the West versus the East and how the gap is going to close or widen, I think this tournament in particular, I think the Western teams were a lot more competitive because ADC was less important than usual. But I think the moment becomes a little bit more important, or it's it's a little bit more relevant. That's where I think the Western teams would just suffocate completely. Like metas come and go, and this was a very, very unique opportunity to hide that fact, because I feel like Western ADCs have just been so lacking ever since the introduction of Gale Force, which was 2021 and 2022. I just feel like there's no Western ADCs that have actually gone to an international tournament and have actually wowed me. On the topic of G2, Hansama is once again, so you look at this tournament, I thought that it was quite uninteresting. And then people say, it's like, oh, but let's replace Hansama. With fucking who? Kalis had an even worse tournament.
Yeah, the way worse one. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a very, very
no,
tough
I'm with you. That's
question.
the problem. We're supposed to say Kalista in the same way we're supposed to say Nakanako supposed to replace Broken Blade. But the difference is, Nakanako doesn't even get it. But I've never seen him play a big international series like that. Kalista was way worse in the fucking planes. I said he lost to fucking Yon, and it looks like Yon's best years are 2 years ago, mate. It's been a while since he's been that good. So no, I'm with you. Also, on the whole thing of like G2, even though we'll talk about it later in this episode, the whole like Perks coach Dylan Falco thing. I'll tell you one area where actually I was kind of shocked that they lost to Lion. Bro, it was I would have expected G2 to be the team that plays better around like objectives and like understanding the map. Bro, that moment in that series was fucking dope when Lion just perfectly baited out the Baron, where they were like letting it go all the way down, but they were like, it was like, look, if you come in, we're gonna fuck you. If you don't come in, we're gonna like that was like some Korean level macro, man. That was really well done. Like it looked like the G2 in comparison to the G. It's why actually another example of how people trash talk and then it comes true or goes the other way. People forget this now. Everyone clowned on Faker for 24 hours, remember? Because after he lost to G2, he was like, I actually think they didn't play that well. We just played like shit. Mate, about a day later, you're like, you know what, Faker? You are sort of goated. See what you mean, mate? Like, yeah, you're sort of right. They aren't just like twice as good as you are there, mate. Like, they looked kind of crap in that series against Lion, because it's not just that Lion beat them. G2 had the assist, mate. They looked like absolute shit in some of those games.
D2, that was a complete catastrophe, honestly. Like, I made a joke, which is even funnier now with some of the news. I made the joke. It's like for G2 to play like this, I just imagine like Dylan Falco in the huddle just said, you know what, guys, your parents don't love you. I don't like you guys either. I just want to go home.
Okay.
G2 on 3. You know, like that's how G2 played. I feel like, you know, and with some of the news, it's the joke is a little bit funnier, but it just looking at the contrast of performances, because it was such a wide jump. You know, psychologically, I think that when you have envisioned yourself climbing a mountain for so long and you finally achieve that, you allow your body to catch up to yourself. And I'm not saying that's the case or what happened. That's exactly the case that happened, because it could be something as simple as fatigue. It's just the question is like, why does a team underperform on the day, and why is there such a big jump in performances? And I could imagine a world where all G2 did was envision beating T1 and fighting T1, that finally when it happened, this kind of tension that keeps you in the game and in the tournament, when you let go of that mid-tournament and you let your guard down, that's something that can be deeply dangerous. Like I was watching an Age of Empires tournament the other day. We were just watching the semifinals. Hera was playing it, and he's basically like the current like Chovy of the game, where he just had like a tournament run where he won 16 tournaments in a row, and he was basically in a series. They play best of sevens. I believe this was best of 7. He was 0-2 down, and then I'm watching with Grubby, and Grubby pointed out to the player, like the other player was ACCM, who basically he won a game that was very it was very tense, friction. But what the player did when he won one map, he celebrated. He just put his arms up and celebrated. And Grubby just said, you know what? He lost. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, he lost because in this moment, he let go of that tension. He removed himself from the moment and actually felt relief. When you need to be like so hyperactive and tense throughout, tense might be the wrong word, but it's like you need to be really in the zone where after the series, you need to feel like all the fatigue. You can't ever feel that moment of reprieve and relief, because that's the moment where you actually feel all the exhaustion that you've built up over the entire prep phase. Because there's never been a single world championship where I went through it, like the boot camp into the tournament, where after the tournament I didn't feel like complete burnout. You never felt a sense of it during it, because you're just so dialed in. But then the moment it finishes, all that pain and exhaustion just comes out all at the same time. And I think when you are so, you know, the history between G2 and T1, especially Caps and T1, runs so deep, when they've been so close and they have tried to push it over the finish line, that's the only thing that you envision, that there must have been some form of just, oh, finally, we did it. And coming into Lion, I can't help but feel but that they just didn't have that same level of intensity, the same level of focus, the same level of we need to beat Lion no matter what here. Obviously, I'm just speculating, but I just wanted to throw that out there as you know, a side of performance that really matters, because we see performance fluctuate so heavily, because no one can tell me that G2 played good on that day. Lion played well. I think in game 3, Lion played really well. Game 1 and 2, I saw some sloppiness there where I didn't really think that they were good, but game 3, they were insanely sharp. Just G2 didn't look the same at all. They just didn't.
And I would say, if you are one of those Asian teams who wants to like get a read on how to play against G2, it's hard to look at LEC, because I do think G2 levels up in ability when they go to the top. Mate, Inspired gave you a really good blueprint of how to attack them early. Like, it has been shown that if you just let Skumon do whatever he wants, mate, like that's the G2 engine. But I thought he did a lot. Some of the early games here were really shrewd in this series. Like, you can tell they had a game plan. No, I'm with you. I think it was dope. I think it was dope. I'll tell you what we'll do. I just need to really quickly nip out for like 1 minute. So how about if we use this moment? Because in the end, it actually did turn out G2 were the frauds in the Lion series. They were good elsewhere. I will remind people, they did beat TES and T1 at one tournament. That's still fucking good. But they were frauds against Lion. So why not tell us, if they want to no longer be bald frauds, what could they do, Yamato? And put the camera on Yamato for like 1 minute.
You know, catching yourself in the mirror, and doing the mental math on your goddamn hairline, that's definitely a conversation that I have myself. Most guys know that moment, and Hims makes it actually very simple to do something about it. Hims offers convenient access to a range of prescription hair loss treatments with ingredients that actually work, including chews, oral medication, serums, and sprays, so you can adapt yourself, depending on what your lifestyle is, or maybe for some reason you grew up and you could never swallow pills, you pussy. No, I'm kidding. Prescription strength ingredients like finasteride and minoxidil can help prevent further hair loss and regrow hair in as little as 3 to 6 months. And you shouldn't have to go out of your way to just feel like yourself. Hims brings expert care straight to you, so you don't need to do that awkward thing, call up the doctor's office, make an appointment, wait in a waiting room, and then they take you to a different waiting room. For some reason, they put you in a gown. Why am I in a gown? Why am I in my underwear? I'm asking here. I'm here for my hair. Can I get some prescription medication here? You can skip all of that because obviously Hims is 100% online, personalized treatment, and of course, flexible 24/7 support, which is super, super nice. It's straightforward, transparent, and designed to make getting care feel very easy. So, with that being said, for simple online access to personalized and affordable care for hair loss, ED, weight loss, and more, visit hims.com/LFN. That's hims.com/LFN for your free online visit. Once again, hims.com/LFN. Featured products include compounded drug products which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. Individual results may vary. See website for full details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Right, let us do it. Let us talk some more because, let me think. Oh, I tell you one thing I didn't ask you earlier that I should ask you now, actually, because obviously we're going to talk a bit about EWC and other things going forwards. One thing I didn't ask was this, is since the BLG Handball Life thing was so close, let me ask you the following question, right? I actually do think that after the LCK and after the road to MSI, because of how bad LCK Cop was for Handball Life, I think a lot of people didn't have them on their radar as like a team that could win everything in League of Legends. But to me, if you look how they played at LCK, and especially how they've won this MSI and all the cool like pivots in the draft and what the different player performances, we have to actually ask the question now that we had when the off season, which is, Handball Life could win worlds, right? They could win everything here on out. They could win LCK. They could win world. They could be the number one team of this year.
I think it's very possible. I think that in terms of making the prediction now, we've gotten used to especially the last 2 years where we just had a team be the front runner the entire year, and it was so clearly dominant over everybody else. Meaning, of course, Gen G. This year has been very just back and forth across the board. HLE is still a team where I don't know how long I can trust the longevity of their form, because still I think that one wrong patch could disrupt them and they would have to reinvent themselves and find themselves again. Where if there's big enough meta shifts where, let's say, suddenly there's a lot of nerfs to roaming supports. Maybe they don't like this gameplay style pattern that On is playing and Delight is participating in, and suddenly it becomes very lane oriented around bot lane, and it's all about making sure that your support is level 6 and ready for the grubs, and you don't have any time to actually roam the map. Then suddenly I'm like, oh, suddenly T1 Stonks goes up and it becomes a bot-centric game. And I think just because I can make those arguments for too many teams, I do think that predicting a world's winner at this junction is very, very hard. Because even a team like Gen G can just fuck around and do well. Even though Canyon has been so mediocre for his standard the last, let's say, 1.5 years, this is still a player that most of us consider the GOAT jungler. And I have a hard time just not giving credit to that, because the distance between a player like that, just jumping and suddenly performing, will we be surprised if Canyon performs super good again? We'll say, all right, he's back. And then we've been waiting for this. Come on now, just play your game. I think that there's too many teams out there that are dangerous for us to just say they are gonna be a winner. But can they be a winner? 100%. They have the player capacity to it. Now they just need to show how are they going to react to the nature of being on paper the best team. Because that's a whole different dynamic. When everybody is coming after you, everyone's looking at you, and everyone's trying to beat you, it's a whole different world. And I am curious to see how they're going to actually manage that.
I think the cool thing for me is that at a minimum, your eyes tell you have to say it is very plausible. They're at a minimum in the conversation of contenders.
Yeah.
Probably no matter what happens in summer, as long as they qualify. But I would say the angle for me is this: it's harder for me, unlike past MS. A lot of the past MSIs, whoever won it, I could actually say, this is the clear-cut number one team. I think they should win Worlds. You can win everything. The reason I hold back from saying that is actually the discussion we had earlier about Hanwha Life, which is they're not like a very straightforward team. They're not just a team of 5 really good players you can drop together and let them just loose and they'll play the game themselves. Like, I do think it's a team where you've got to really, really finely coach this squad. I think the drafting has to be really, really on point. Like, an obvious angle for me would be, let's see how they survive a bunch of meta changes. Like, by the time we get to Worlds, what's it going to be? Like, I'd like to see certain meta switches and see what they would do in that kind of a setting for players like Delight. Again, by the way, people like him, just because they won the tournament, get to skip past what a dodgy split they had, actually. In fact, there was moments where that looked like the obvious weak spot. Again, with Kanavi, as I said earlier, mate, Kanavi could have changed almost no mouse clicks, but if Zeus doesn't get him to game 5, I think he's the villain of this tournament for Hanwha Life fans. They'd be like, fuck, you're one of the reasons we didn't win the tournament. Because I actually do think the other thing that saved Hanwha Life is, because they had that epic finals and they won it, they don't have to now answer questions for the upper bracket final against BLG when they were getting absolutely destroyed. That's one of the hardest beatdowns I've ever seen from an LPL team over an LCK team. Like, they were just destroying them completely every fight. They were even just doing that shit you normally don't even do against other top teams, where you're almost like solo queue, trying to just start fights constantly everywhere, just going for every angle, and it was just working. So I think with Hanwha Life, it's just, they can do it, but for me, compared to some of the all-time great teams, I think they're more on like a tightrope a little bit. There's danger either side, depending on which way he goes. So I think the cool thing for me is, if they do it, I think I'll do like I did for MSI. I think I'll give a lot of credit to the coach and stuff. Like, I think this is one of those teams where you can't say to yeah, but you just had all these superstar players. Like, yeah, but look at the type of superstar player I had, though. I had people where they have had failures in certain ways, or they need a certain type of a teammate, or the structure has to be. It's not as simple as, like I say, I do look at the Gen G roster, and the reason why I think they were willing to change coaches, mate, is I think their philosophy is any really good coach would coach this team. Look, it might not be true, but I think that's the perception, that if you have these players, the players make the coach more than the coach makes the players. I think it's more of a, there's a balancing act in Hanwha Life for me. It's why actually it's funny that I used to be straight out the gate immediately now, because actually let's talk about EWC. So what I'll do to set it up is, there's another poly market, and there's a poly market, unsurprisingly, for who wins EWC. People don't know EWC begins tomorrow with BO1s. As Yamato said, the format is, you're in like GSL groups. You start with the BO1, then the lower bracket, and the other matches after that are the BO3s. Then you go into a single elim bracket of BO3s, and then only the final is a BO5. But I will remind people, as you'll see on this poly market, there's different teams at this tournament. This isn't like the last 2 years, where they just invited the MSI teams, and then obviously last year had like Cloud9 and some of those teams in the play-ins. This was where they did those regional, basically Gen G auto-qualified, if people don't know, because they won last year, and then everyone else had to go through online qualifiers, which in some regions were a bit scoffed. Obvious examples like the LPL, but an LCS. But I actually think in Korea, for me, they got the 3 best teams. Like, they did, and if people don't know, Gen G was already there. They got Hanwha Life, they got T1. So actually, there's Gen G here who wasn't at MSI. I'm actually interested in that. I'm with you. I think there's a world where the real danger for Hanwha Life for right now isn't even BLG. It's that when we go back home, what if Gen G's better than us? We never had to see that game, bro. It was T1 that played him in the end. So I even think there's a world Gen G comes out and sneaky can win Worlds themselves. They've got the team to do it. So if we're looking at who can win, at the moment, right, Gen G actually has the highest odds. They're on 30%. Hanwha Life themselves are on 24%, but that's tied with BLG, who's on 24%. T1 is 18%. I would just say this. I think in terms of value, I think actually both Hanwha Life and BLG are very good value, because I think Gen G's a little bit overhyped. With that said, I do think Gen G's a true contender. I like that one too. I think the T1 one's a trap. I would say the fuck away. I don't care that they're down 80%. I actually don't think right now they are a contender to win, unfortunately. I think what you saw at MSI was real. I think you saw that there are some real flaws, and I think actually, funnily enough, they look like they play better against Korean teams than they do non-Korean teams, bizarrely, even though maybe you could argue past T1 lineups were the opposite. They were specialists against LPL and the West and all the rest of it. That's where they used to be dope at clutching it out. So the question to you is just, who do you think wins EWC? Who are you going to pick for this one?
Oh, it's very, very hard. just in terms of how teams are gonna land. Like I don't envy the situation of playing an MSI finals and having to fly out the next day.
Not in it, yeah. And
Especially
you're
in the
going from
direction.
Korea to Saudi Arabia. It's like you're going to. If you go to Europe, that's not that bad. But Korea and Saudi Arabia is crazy, bro. That's nuts.
It's very, very tough. It's such a short turnaround time as well. The tournament is so compact. You're going into this tournament and hoping like no one. I don't think that no one is coming in with like outside of the teams that didn't compete at MSI, like a Genji, because Genji's big benefit is the fact that they had MSI in Korea, so they
They
participated.
must have scrimmed teams. Yeah, they must have. Come on.
100%. They scrimmed T1 100%, BOG 100%. It's like they scrimmed everybody. So they had the same process of boot camp, and also they're as in tune with the meta that I do think that they come with a advantage. Like I'm not excited for what MCOI is going to bring to the table because they, as far as I know, didn't boot camp, right? Like they didn't boot camp and they practice in Europe. It's like, what the hell did you improve on in Europe in preparation for EWC? You scrimmed only KC, or like what happened? I'm not so sure because I know that in terms of the other teams that are not on EWC, they started scrimming about like a week ago. So I think that the logistical challenge is the one that you kind of had to estimate because if I wanted to call a winner right now, I wouldn't want to. But I'm just going to stick to the main point that I made before, that I do think that BLG is the team that just in terms of execution are very, very sharp. But I also think that BLG is also a team right now that I think that if they have individual performances that aren't good, let's say Shun comes into the tournament and has just jet lag and it doesn't feel good. I feel like BOG is not resistant to individual performances being bad. Like they need to have players that fire off on all cylinders because if one or two don't, I don't think that they're the same team. It becomes like the Knight show so fast. It's like, oh, can Knight carry this game? And I do think that there is a risk that that becomes the case for BOG. But if I'm not going to sit here and talk about the intangibles and all this random crap that can happen around these things, I do think that BOG should be the strongest still.
Yeah, I'm going to go the same. I'm doing the salty run back. BLG wins this one as they should have done at MSI. I also do think as well, I said it earlier, I agree. I actually think that the real danger here that everyone's missing, because think about it, right? BLG, everyone's remembering how they made a fool of themselves against G2 at first stand, and then obviously they didn't even get out of, because T1 beat them, they didn't even get out of the road to MSI. But I actually think that has meant people now have just ignored them. Like, mate, that's still a really dangerous squad. Like, and as you say, if anything, if they've been scrimming the MSI teams and playing on this patch in this meta, they're going to come in with essentially as good practice as a real MSI team, but none of the official games to show what they're going to do. Like, I think that's actually really dangerous. I think there's a world where they just sneak up and fucking win the tournament. So, but I tell you what, since obviously loads of these teams we talked about at MSI, let's talk about some of the ones that actually weren't at MSI. So I'll give an interesting angle, which is because the LPL, even though BLG and JDG made it, it had its own wacky angle, which is actually in the end, even though we thought for a while they weren't going to be that good, there is no top esports here. There's no team to be. It's actually anyone's legend that made it. And if people forget, last year when it was the same roster, but they had Tabe as a coach, at MSI they were third, but people forget they actually did go to the final and beat T1, go to the final of EWC last year. They actually did a great run, right? That's another team that we have to at least mention. Like, there's a chance for something to happen here. Like, this is a good set of players. I'm even thinking the same thing, Yamato. I think about how whack I just saw fucking the owner carrier combo play against G2. The one thing you still have in anyone's legend, boys, is that fucking Tabe at the Tarzan kill. That is a fucking dangerous jungle support duo for anyone, and they're Korean as fuck, mate. So I'm interested in what you think of anyone's legend. Are you hyped for this one? Do you think they can do something?
It was weird that it's been such a distance because it's just that getting eliminated by WE and losing to WE is like for a non-LPL watcher, it obviously comes across as so strange. But Monkey was so special in disrupting how these junglers wanted to play, like plain and
Yes.
simple. And AL is a jungle-driven team, and the fact that in terms of the format, it being BO1s, I'm hoping that AL are capable of just sharpening their weapons. Because I think the main issue I always have with AL is the fact that they don't lean into some form of identity. It seems like they have lost their perception of their own weaknesses and their own strengths, and they are just a little bit too all over the place too often. Kind of similar to the issue that T1 sometimes run into when we have an opening game in a series and they're playing Jin and Nautilus. Sure, they won that against BOG. It still looks structurally very strange for this team to do so. I think if AO, they just need to find like they need to find Tabe's armor, like they need all the Tabe soups, like they need to find all those recipes and
They've lost some of the magic, haven't they?
I like it. It's just in a world where we talk so much about coaching, it just seems like it's so dearly missed. And I think that in a world where you can't improve, you need to maintain. And I think that AL's story of this year has been stagnation, not even maintenance, because I do think that it becomes exhausting to put in the same effort if you see nothing to change. This is simply a roster that needs to make some adaptations. Like if I GM'd in the LPL, I'll be like, all right, AO, we're gonna figure out a way to get Cream, and then we're gonna get Leave. We're gonna break him out of EDG, and then suddenly,
I like it.
we're a gangster team again.
Yeah, great. No, I actually always say that as well. Since people already knew, even from the heights of last year when they were really good, people understood that Flandre is a little bit more limited at this point in his career, and Hope just has never been a superstar. I actually think the player that if people don't watch the LPL, they'll have missed is Shanks. Actually, unfortunately, didn't really become what we hoped he would be. He actually regressed. Like, he really did in that spring going into MSI look fucking really insane. Like, he looked like he was going to be like the next player to challenge Knight or something. He's not even that relevant now, unfortunately. Like, he's not a bad player, but it's just one of those ones where sometimes they have a rise and it doesn't continue on the line, doesn't keep going up. It just goes back down to like you're a good or above average player, but you're not some superstar. And I'm with you. So even to a fan, they might think, holy shit, replaced him with Cream. Like, Cream is better right now, mate. Cream even played better in the losses than this guy. So no, I'm with you. I actually do think that's the problem for anyone's legend. The other interesting thing for them is because they're in the group that has G2, Furia, and D+, it's not even guaranteed to get out of the group. Remember, the upper games are BO1s as well. So D+, can certainly beat anyone's legend in a BO1. And actually, I'd be interested to see how a G2 anyone's legend game would go, mate, because I actually think to myself, again, if the strength is Tarzan and Kale, you know what? Skewmund and Labrov at the moment, pretty fucking good, bro. They're sort of peaking. I agree with you. Actually, sadly, because G2 didn't make the run and get third, I actually think the player that didn't get his plaudits, who normally gets blamed for G2, Labrov had an excellent tournament, mate. Like, this might be his best ever himself, like Broken Blade. Except the difference is, I don't think he was even bad in the line series. I think he was all right there. So, no, I'm with you. So, it's even dodgy if they get out of this group. It's still a dangerous group compared to some of the other ones.
I was just I saw that MCoy posted a graphic of how they are in the group of death, but that's like, bro, your group is very easy to determine. It's like T1 and BOG is making it
exactly.
through. I think, as you mentioned, the G2 Furia D+ AL, that is a group of death. Because
if you're MCoy, it's only a group of death for you, bro. If you're BLGT1, they're like, awesome. Yeah, we're loving this group. We're Garmin fucking MCoy.
Bro, this is that group is it's a requiem, like that is,
I know.
If
you're Garmin MCoy, just listen, fucking get some lube. That's all I can tell you. Just get some lube,
Jesus.
brother. Make it easy on yourself. Bring them flowers, get some lube. Tell them, listen, go easy on me. It's my first time.
Dude, just by point of comparison, like the BO1 teams you don't want to face.
I know.
It's like you don't want to face Tattoo and Fury and the BO1 or D+. These are the freaky ass teams that can just roll 2 sixes, with 2 dice, and just have a game where they just blow you out of the park. That is a group that can really go in many different directions. This format is that there's going to be some team that we expect to get out is not going to go out.
Absolutely.
And if there's a group for that to happen, if I had to predict it, it's going to be that one in particular.
And then I'll tell you what, we'll also use it as a way, because not every team will. I'll tell you what, if we go by groups, another group I think is spicy as fuck is Group D, Yamato. Group D is the one where you have, so that I had to check the team here. So it's the group that has Hanwha Life plays against MIBR, which is the Brazilian team. And then Lion plays against JDG. Now, in that group, even though Lions just had this great performance where their fans think they could have been the MSF, this is world you don't get out of this group, bro. In fact, I'm sorry, I'd probably predict you wouldn't, because you got Handball Life there. I think they're getting through. And JDG, people just don't realise this because they didn't get to see him play internationally. That's a really strong team. Like, they are one of the teams, sadly, that were the victims of Team WE also. Like, a lot of people would have said, if I was to go back to the beginning of the LPL playoffs, a lot of people thought the final of the LPL would be BLG versus JDG. Those were the two best teams in China. So I actually think if you're Lion, this is a really fucking tough group, boys. Like, I think this is going to be hard sledding. I actually don't think you get out here, I've got to say.
Yeah, and we mentioned it's like Taba Magic, BO1s, Actually, I think is a slot in. So I imagine that we're going to have rematches of Lion versus JDG. But even in a world, it's like BO1s, there's a world where Actually just drops to the lower bracket and just does what
Okay.
BOG did to you. You know, like that could also happen, where Actually just lose the BO1 and then you just stare on the piece of paper and you're like, well, you have to beat Actually in a best of 3. God damn it, you know, like they just won MSI. Like, well, what kind of a world are we living in? So there's a world, there's a repeat of that. But I do agree with you that it's very worth to mention the fact that BUG lost to WE and then BUG beat JDG in their lower bracket round to then win LPL, and we didn't get to see JDG go all the way. They did get smoked by Top Esports, but Top Esports regionally, like in that series in particular, Tian regionally is just the best jungler to put against the junglers that are very, very freaky in the way they play. And Junja and Monkey are those guys that really, really come at the game like rabid dogs in terms of how they invade and engage and they gank, the amount of pressure they put on you. So that type of a flavor of a game, I think just the jungle match was going to be super interesting again, because I just imagine Inspired's going to study that and he's going to figure out a way to just cater his game plan to how JDG is. But there is the added advantage, like the added advantage of these teams that got to perceive and see so much have revealed so little of themselves at the same time. So JDG and Genji, they and AO, like these guys have some, dark horse energy here, in the fact that they practice in the same circles and got to see what everybody else did at the same time. They don't have the experience of playing on stage and actually testing out their ideas. So, scrim practice can be poisonous in terms of telling you what works and doesn't work. But in a world where draft is so important, more data is also simultaneously gains importance then too.
I'm just double checking where it is. Was the seeding for this tournament done before MSI began? Do you know?
I believe so, yeah.
Because here's what's mad, Yamato. I'll tell you a group that still doesn't look like great on paper, but it's gotten worse. Is if I was Gen G, I've got the easiest group of all time. Bro, I've got KC, never done anything internationally, really. I don't give a fuck about first time last year. Sentinels is a gag. They shouldn't even be here. And then Team Secret Wills. Obviously, the joke now is Team Secret Wills did beat fucking TES. Like, that makes it. But even so, if I'm Gen G, I'm pretty happy with this group. It's about the best I can hope for. Because if people don't know, Team Secret Wills is Pool 1 team, because obviously they were like up there. Gen G isn't actually the Pool 1 team, if you don't know, because they didn't come first in every. So I still think if you're Gen G, this is a comfortable group. Come on, you're supposed to get out of this one.
This should be easy breezy, 100%. It's like, this is, if anything, this is just the group of life, right? This is like one of those classic groups we get at a world championship of the past, when we had the 4 teams in each group, where you had like one Korean team that should go 6-0, and then it's like, oh, Casey should beat everybody else to make it through, type of thing. But even with that, with what Casey showed and what Team Secret Wales showed, like there's a world that Team Secret Wales are going to be the one to make it through. Because it's hard for me to imagine the Casey just bounce back fully. Because I just, something about Casey, they just look like damaged goods. Like I need to be convinced again, because I am so far from believing in Casey right now. Like they need to convince me, and this is a great opportunity to do so. But once again, I don't know what kind of practice Casey has. I don't know what kind of practice Koi has, because if they practice in Europe, that is I don't think that's super helpful. While Team Secret Wales, they are still in the same circles, in terms of where the server is and what the options are. So I definitely agree that this should be very easy for Genji. Like they shouldn't drop a game.
The obvious, more interesting thing in that group is who will get out second, because actually the team secret wheel angle makes it really interesting. Like otherwise, I think people would have just picked KC. I don't know about that, mate. Look, I am going to say I personally don't think Sentinels can do shit. Like I think they're just lucky to even be here. I'm not a fan of that squad. I've always thought the roster was underwhelming. They've never really come together. It's funny at this point, almost every other big name in NA has gotten good. Actually, like that's the only team I don't give a fuck about. But if I think about KC played at MSI, mate, if they have to play Team Secret Wales in that BO3. That could still be spicy. I don't know which way I'd even go that, because think about it, even the players that were popping off, as Vestion pointed out, was the jungle and the top laner. Those are the two players who were actually pretty good on Team Secret Wales. Like, I don't know, actually, mate. I've seen kind of some screamers in it, actually. Yike is kind of a bit hit and miss. What do you think on this one? Who are you taking to come out second?
Honestly, I feel pretty comfortable with a Team Secret Wales prediction. I don't think necessarily across the board that they have greater players.
No.
I just have faith with where they are at mentally. You know,
Yes.
I do think that obviously I'm speculating a lot, but just how it comes across, I think that this tournament is far more important for Team Secret Wales than it is for Casey. I think that where they were in terms of how they tried to compete and how they tried to fight, I think that even a game or two against HLE was quite competitive and nice to watch in terms of what they offered. And I think that a team that has managed to win their region usually has a way stronger sense of identity than others. Usually that is like the defining factor of a team that wins the region, is like, this is us and we lean into it. And what I saw from Team Secret Wales is that they were so aware of what their strengths were. Because in the end, like that, how they beat top esports was they leaned into skirmish heavy and they set up their top laner for success. And I think that that's something that they will replicate. And I think that that's something they can do. Casey on paper have the better players. I just don't think that they are going to, like, I just don't see a world where, like, post the Messiah, Casey's like, oh, dang it, I have to, and then like in an anime scene, they just suddenly like lock the fuck in. No, I think they're still hurting. Like, I think they're still in pain. I think they're still in shock, and I think that this tournament is their rebound, but I just can't imagine that they're ready. I think structurally they fell apart at MSI.
And I think people are missing that the reason why EWC every year throws up different results than what we expect is because of two reasons. One, the format's always condensed. So even this one, your BO1s can get you out of the group. Then in the playoffs, it's BO3s for the first two matches. It's only the finals of BO5. Even the third place games are BO3, if people don't know. And then also, the whole event is 4 days long. It starts tomorrow, Wednesday, and it is done on Sunday. So that is way more like, and you know from your playing career, this is more, Randy. It's like the old LANs we used to have. When you had a LAN that lasted 3 days, you only have to be good on 3 days in that scenario. You don't have to. You think about things like MSI, you have days between matches, you have time to plan the BO5. It's so hard, it's so comprehensive to be the best teams at those. That's why we give props to people like Lion for even coming close to the final. This is way more likely to be a tournament where someone can just do a Randy ass run. By the way, it could even be a Lion. Maybe it's the event where they make the final or something. Like, who the fuck knows? In BO3s, they can catch the right team. You have a great draft, you have an inspired game, you have a Saint pop-off. So actually, I think this is also an event for dark horses, mate. If you want to see some of those middle of the group tier, like, by the way, we mentioned some of them earlier. If you're a team like Anyone's Legend, you can make up for a lot of the bad performances this year if you make a sick run and you're in the final here, even if you then lose to a Handball Life or a BLG or something. So I think that part's spicy too. People have to take into account the format definitely does change how you feel about the competition. Again, think about this. If MSI had been single a limb, we're talking about Handball Life completely different right now, boys. Like, this would be a very different conversation. So I think the format is also going to make this really exciting, but also it's going to be so hard to predict.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's going to be strange. so many question marks, but it'll be fun to watch either way. BO1s into best of threes, and it's so damn rapid. It's I think the community underestimates the challenges different tournaments pose. You get tested on very, very different skill sets, and I do think, if anything, these are the type of tournaments where you expect, the Zero of GK guys to just do better, because
that's true as well. Actually, T1s, by the way, if anything, they don't have to. Maybe T1 wins this event. You have to be good for a couple of days and put a few BO1s. I don't even need that. All I need is Thorin to just not in for 2 games. There you go, we win. That's doable.
Good
I'm with you.
happy,
I'm with you. Because actually, that's how if I'm a lot of the teams who aren't the favourites, that's how I'm framing this event. Like, this is the puncher's chance, the underdog tournament, mate. This is where we just throw it out there and see if we can do it. Now, speaking of the underdog getting to have their day, obviously, one of the best things about Last Free Nation, LFN, is that it's a place where people have freedom to speak and do what they want outside of other considerations of the industry and politics and all sorts of big corporate bullshit. Because if you don't know, LFN is actually owned in part not only by people like me and Monty, it's also by all the creators. All the main creators on the shows have equity within the company and directly profit from the sponsors there. But here's a cool detail you might not know. You, as a fan, can not only now have more influence over Last Free Nation itself, but you can also have your say, including for the first time ever in history on the show Summoning Insight, because we have now launched something called, we promised this was coming, LFN Premium. It is now live at lastfreenation.com. And here's the way to think of it. Because the company's owned by the people who are on the shows, and we do have sponsors, think about it this way. Sponsors keep the lights on at LFN, but actually people who subscribe, because we're going to have this all expansive premium system, you're the people though who ensure that no matter what the sponsor situations and where we are in the industry, we don't have to sell out and we don't have to get bought by some bigger company and some massive corporate entity that sets guidelines and tone polices and does all those things where they go, like pretty sure I won't say what, but we've had episodes where I've asked Yamato certain questions that maybe were a bit edgy about. What do you think about politics in the world or philosophy? Or there's certain things there they would tell you don't talk about in a corporate environment. We can do that here. So we appreciate our fans. And what's cool is we've designed LFN Premium. So there's a bazillion perks that you get out of it as a subscriber. So first of all, on this show itself, you'll see later on, we'll still have a Q&A episode on this one. But for this one, we actually sourced the questions from a tweet, because going forwards, we're basically going to change how the Q&A section works, where essentially, if you're already a Discord subscriber, you can still just subscribe there and you'll still be able to ask questions on the show. But there will just be way more bang for your buck if you become a subscriber to LFM Premium, because you can also, through that, access the Discord and ask questions for the Q&A for Summoning Insight. But here's a feature we've never had before. Forget the question section, because in future weeks going forward, that will be behind the paywall for the premium owners, premium subscribers rather. What we're doing on this week and going forwards is you can also now, as a fan, in the future it'll be premium. For this one, we just did it as a tweet. You can also now suggest one topic, and it'll be your name will be next to it, that we will discuss on Summoning Insight. Spoil it in a minute. I'm about to discuss this topic. So you will actually get to have some say, some influence, and potentially it'll obviously be if it's a good topic. You can actually get a topic into the show that maybe we wouldn't have discussed. So it is actually quite simple. As I said, you go to lastfreenation.com, sign up there to become a subscriber. Every week there'll be one subscriber topic. We'll credit you completely. Topics themselves will be in the private Discord channels for the show, like it was already, but you'll get access by being a subscriber to the website. You have all sorts of, there'll be Q&A every single episode. Also, I know for this show we had Q&A anyway, so it sounds scuffed, but all the other shows, as far as I know on LFM, will also have Q&A sections, and they'll also go behind a paywall. So there'll be mad bang for your buck in terms of if you're fans of more than one show. Also, if you are a fan of certain creators, when you sign up to premium, you pick basically what your favorite show is, and some of the people on that show will get more of the premium subscription than the other people on the network. So if you're a big fan of Yamato and Summoning Insight, you pick Summoning Insight, we get more of that share of it. And also, depending on what people do for the premium content, there'll be other things as well as Q&As. We will also all earn relative to how much we do and how successful it is. So it's also a very meritocratic system, as is sort of our philosophy here. And we do have a Discord that is private, that subscriber-only channels where you'll talk to the other LFN premium members, and there will be exclusive content that will come from behind the scenes. You will see it in the future, and we'll talk more about it. Like when there is some specific that's banging, I'll let you know, and I'll give you a little preview of it at that point in time. So go to lastfreenation.com, sign up for LFM Premium. It is $9 a month, or if you want to save money, you can do $90 for the whole year, which works out to roughly $7.50 a month. Pick your favorite show, in this case, Summoning Insight, surely, at sign up, and your subscription pays this show directly. There is a 7-day money-back guarantee, so give it a go. Again, lastfreenation.com for the LFM Premium. So the topic that we have had selected for this particular one, a second, I think I put it here. Yes, here we go. Someone called Linus Fail submitted the topic where, look, I'll phrase it the way he said it. He said full-on hot takes about whether the G2 perks experiment will succeed. Now, look, it's a hot take anyway, because he means in the sense of someone asks you and you just straight off the top of the door. But we're not going to do it like hot take point me, where we intentionally make it as spicy as possible. I think it's a good point. I actually would otherwise, Yamato, because there's both MSI and there's fucking EWC. I probably would have saved this for like after EWC, when you got like, you know, we're coming in LEC top. But let's do it now. So obviously, one of the biggest blockbuster moves actually happened before this tournament was even over. Even though G2, I'll say what I said earlier, I'll remind people, there's a point in this tournament, the day before they play Lion, where G2's riding maybe the biggest high ever. They have they've basically done what they almost did at MSI 2024, but for real. They've beaten TES. Remember, NA doesn't do that. NA don't beat LCK and LPL teams in best of 8. It just doesn't happen. That was back in 2019 that last happened. They beat TES, then they beat T1 with fucking 4/5 of the world champions. At that moment, you could pause it and go, wow, this is, I mean, people were doing it, Yamato. Is this the greatest Western team ever? Is it only behind the G2 super team? Are they going to fucking go to the finals of the tournament? Maybe they can beat everyone except BLG. It's all, but suddenly we had this crazy conversation. Then after they lost to Lion, even though as far as I know, it's not supposed to be just because they lost to Lion, the news immediately comes out, right? G2 has benched Dylan Falco, which by the way, was confusing in itself, because when you say benched, that makes it sound to me, I think you probably saw a lot of people speculated, oh, does he have like, you know, is he having a baby? Or is he ill or something? It sounds like he's benched, but he can come back. It's basically then later being replied as well. There's going to be a farewell video. He's leaving. That's it. That's Dylan Falco out as head coach. And stepping in, we talked in past episodes, they've had Perks in and around, almost as like a consultant or an assistant coach. Perks becomes head coach of G2 now. This is a blockbuster, Yamato, because the obvious angle here is, I'm pretty sure, doesn't everyone agree at this point in time, Dylan Falco is the GOAT Western coach? I even often say, bear in mind, coaches, you can only use the players you have. I think if you look relative to the players they have, I think Dylan Falco is up there in the conversation of like greatest coaches of any region. You pick the best LPL, I'll put this guy up against them. I've seen him checkmate some of the best players of all time, the best coaches of all time. I've seen him do unbelievable things with different levels of player. So I do think, even though the Perks thing's spicy, and we're going to get into it now, let's start here. This is a big fucking gamble, Yamato. Like, obviously, whenever you make a gamble, you gamble to get the thing you want in, but you're giving up something too. So I think the angle I want to talk about here is, what do you think about the Dylan Falco goes part? First, we can talk about Perks separately. Letting go of Dylan Falco now, with a summer splitting worlds to be played, and technically EWC, what do you think of this? What do you think of this move to let him go?
I think the first detail foremost always is the aftermath it might have on some of your opposition. Because I can think of less teams that wouldn't want him than would want him. Like I think this is an opportunity that most teams should jump on. Like we talked about, for example, KC. Like if KC grabbed Dylan Falco, like I think that could be a massive improvement, because he carries a lot of course, the data and the experience of how G2 do things. And I think that's the detail that goes both ways, is the fact that Dylan's impact will still be felt and known due to the fact that this squad and this coaching staff has worked with him for so damn long. And I think sometimes after such a large period, you can hit some form of stagnation. You know, it's like the way you work could just be the same. It can, the way you do things in the day-to-day can become mundane. And it doesn't mean that just because, you know, entirely, you know, because Dylan Falco is removed from the position, I'm sure a lot of the things that he has put in place will still be maintained. I think the main important detail for me is the fact that Perks was in the team for what we understand is the majority of the year so far. And in terms of the fact that G2, in terms of how they make decisions, that to me, and the trust I have towards that, is what makes me think that this is the right move for them to do. It's like one of those things where, once again, will it pay off? Maybe in the near future, maybe it's going to go terribly, because it's something that you can't walk back on, right? It's like Perks going into the head coach position is still, you know, a big jump that could potentially go wrong. But then again, like, Perks is one of the greatest Western players of all time, and he's had enough time now with the team for them to make that calculated assessment. And at the same time, similar to how they integrate players into certain positions, I also think G2 is the team that is the most suited to integrate coaches into certain positions. Because I do think that Perks will have support in the departments where players could be weak, whether it's the organizational side and, you know, the maintenance of the day-to-day and things that are a little bit more you know, out of sight of players, because he still will have the support that Dylan Falco had with Rodrigo, Roma, Isma, and Memento. Like this, the staff will maintain its structure. And they made the decision to move on from Mickey to jump onto Labrov, and in the end, that paid off big time. And G2 has made some big moves. I think the nuance of this is the timing. There's a world where maybe they don't win the split. Maybe there's a world where they lose to Dylan Falco in summer. Maybe that happens. Maybe there's a world where the World Championship doesn't pan out as good as it could. But maybe from where they're at, maybe this is a risk that they feel they need to take, because maybe just winning in the LEC, like winning the LEC just isn't enough. Maybe playing a tournament where you come into the tournament and you beat a weak T1 reverse beat the top esports. Maybe that's not enough. G2 is a team that is very, very ambitious, and I do think that's how I would describe this move. This move is very ambitious.
No, I think this is one of the biggest gambles ever. But here's the interesting thing, Yamato. Even though I actually don't know if I would make this gamble, because I do think the problem is I can't really know what the environment's like within G2 and within the scrims. Like, I'll give you some details if people don't know. Think about only a few weeks ago, there was that whole drama of when they won LEC, when it was revealed, as usual, the scrims, etc. KC also pointed out they just wouldn't scrim them anymore because it was implied like KC was just beating them in scrims consistently. Like, that's one of those things where, look, sometimes as an opponent just is your kryptonite in scrims, but sometimes that might also mean that in the scrim environment, you're having real problems and there's flaws. You're just getting it together enough in the LEC. And bear in mind, considering it was pretty close, it's not like you can just go, well, no problem, don't worry about the flaws. Like, if there's a problem, there's a problem. And then I would also say, what I really, really am interested by, and no one's given any hints about this, is I would love to know, even though they did win these two big series at this MSI, were they having some sort of bad problems in scrims here? Like, maybe, for example, I'll give you a random example. We said it earlier. Maybe they scrimmed against Gen G and just lost every game or something. And now you're thinking, well, fuck yeah, we won the officials. So then when you lose to Lion, it's like, oh, well, shit, actually, now we're even having problems with the officials. Like, essentially, to me, this is why it's a gamble, Yamato. Not only are you getting rid of one of the best coaches ever, who's done an amazing job pretty much every year of his career, and the last few years, by the way, has just been smurfing off his mind with every player. But I'll also say the following, like, if you look forwards and you think, right, we've got EWC immediately after this, there's no time to even change anything. Then we've got to win summer, and then we've got Worlds. Actually, that's still a lot of the year left. It feels like this is late in the season. It's not, it's right in the middle of the season. Essentially, if you really believe, as of right now, when you lose to Lion, we can't win Worlds with this team. Like, even our best ever game, like against T1, and that wouldn't win Worlds. Then this is when you do the gamble. Now, obviously, like every gamble, you can lose doing it. You could fuck this up, by the way. And the joke is you could come second in summer. You could bomb EWC, you could go to Worlds and you just get grouped. And if that happens, we will all look back in hindsight and go, why did you kick out the greatest coach of all time? Why did you kick the guy out who generally just does really well and has almost never really, like, heavily underperformed internationally? This was one of the closer ones, or some of the Worlds where they didn't make three. And then they usually would win big games of Asian team. The real thing for me is the whole perks side of it. I think the perks side of it, if we pivot to that, makes it set. Because I will say, after someone who's followed sports for a long time, I actually do think it doesn't matter how good a coach is, you can't usually keep the same coach in a project forever. If you do, you have to go the other way. Like I was telling you this before we went live. I believe there was something, I forget the exact phrasing he had, but I believe when Alex Ferguson was coach of Manchester United for like 20 years or whatever, one of the reasons he kept having success and every few years he would always come back and win the title again is because he had some sort of a philosophy that because he was always going to be there, they were never going to change the coach. He understood that he had to change his star players. So that's why, if you ever look, there were some very, very good players who the second they had a disagreement with Alex Ferguson, he just kicked them out. Bro, he kicked out Prime, Yap Stam, and Ruud van Nistelrooy. People don't know these are two are like the best players in the world at their position who were mega for Manchester United. But when it got to the point where Alex Ferguson thought, like, we can't go on, he didn't just go, well, you're awesome and I'm awesome, so let's keep going. He's like, oh, it's time for us to split him out. You go try another team and I'm going to try a different player. I think, bearing in mind, G2 wasn't going to do that. They're not going to say, right, Skumon, Caps, and Hans, Cap, get the fuck out. We're changing you so Dylan Falco can try a new play. If you think he's already had this core for years and he's already done everything he can do, you've had the good, you've had the medium, you've had the bad. If you need to gamble, it has to be the coach at that point in time. Like, again, even though a fan might say, shine inspired, that wouldn't make you win worlds. Like, the gap wouldn't be enough between him and Skumon that you suddenly win worlds. Like, I don't hate it, and here's why. Because I'll tell you what, Yamato, if this was a normal coach coming in, I think the gamble's bad. I wouldn't do it personally. But I'll tell you why I'm not against the idea Perks could bring some magic to this team, even though I do acknowledge it's not super likely. I think this is a gamble where I would say you have like a 33% chance it goes awesome and maybe 66% chance it's the same or worse. Here's why I'll make an educated guess. I think it could work. Because, you know, in the last few teams Perks has been in, I mean, the joke in Heretics is trying to be the coach in Heretics as a player. It's basically why he got fired. He was told by his own GM in that team, basically, like, shut the fuck up, sort of. And then he was like, hey, I'm the one who knows what's going on. So they had a dispute. I have heard so many stories, Yamato, that go like this. Like, even though people know Perks, as far as we can tell, was the main like macro mind in the super team. He was one of the reasons why they were so special as a team. If you saw the second he left the Reckless Kid, they were half as good a team. They had still the same players, but they just didn't have that magic, did they? And by the way, I'm sorry, I do think G2 2019, not even just for a Western team, I think that's a contender for best macro ever in League of Legends. I always tell people that semi-final series against T1, when they just decided to like give up the Dragons or whatever, like, they essentially invented like a scuffed new form of macro we'd never even seen in League before. That wasn't even a play anyone was making, but it somehow worked. So I always thought Perks did bring like a brilliance for how to win the game. And essentially the story I've heard is, even in the bad teams, like when he was on Vitality and then when he was on fucking Rex, I have heard from players in those teams, some of them have said it on record, that they actually say even in those teams he was basically a coach. He used to, in scrims, like lead the scrim discussions, and he would actually coach people specifically on macro concepts. When we're in this sort of a situation, here's the kind of play we make. When we're behind in a game, here's how you like side lane to get back into it, then you take the object. And people used to say, and by the way, the reason I purposely picked Vitality and Heretics is those teams never did anything. Those weren't great teams that won LEC or... People tell me, even in those teams, Yamato, the words they described him as was he is a genius of macro. Not like he's just good at it, but like the idea was he not only had like a great mind for it, but they said he was really good at explaining it. And what I was told, and by the way, I think it's very telling that on my shows with Peter Dunn, even Peter Dunn sings Perks' praises, even if you don't know, guys. Peter Dunn was the guy on my channel who did that whole interview where he told you all the bad things about Perks. Here's the difference people don't get. The reason why it didn't work when he was coaching his teams in Vitality and Rex is because they said the problem he had was, since he was still an active player, in fact, he was the mid laner, the problem was that gets awkward then, because how can an active player be like, right, I'm going to coach you guys to start everything you did wrong? Well, you know what players are like. A player's going to be like, you learned like shit in that game. Who are you to tell me that? It makes egos get involved. So I actually think the reason why it could work is if all that's true about how good he is in that sense. And by the way, if you could ever bring some of that to G2, that could be the secret sauce. There won't be any of the conflict, so because he's not playing anymore. His playing days are long gone now. He's never coming back as a player. He's just a coach. So I think you get a lot of the upside. You get none of the downside. And then also, I'll throw it in there. I'll give you a football comparison, Yamato. This might be like when Zidane took over Real Madrid. Because I've always said, I actually don't think Zidane would have been a good coach in any other team. I think he was very shrewd to take that gig and also to leave at the right time too. Because if you put him in a normal squad, mate, I don't actually know how good Zidane is tactically. But in that room, I always thought the genius was, you're putting him in a room where even if you have Ronaldo and Gareth Bale and massive names, bro, even they look at Zidane and they're like, listen, you know what you're talking about, bro. Whatever you say, I'm open. I'm listening. How do I win the World Cup? How do I win charity? You've done it all, mate. How do I win the ballot? You've done it all. So I think Perks has that buy-in, bro. I can tell you, these players, it's not just Caps because he played with them. Those players look up to Perks, man. I think everyone in the West does. I think fans are way more out on Perks than players. I think players see him as a legend and see him as a guy who accomplished great. And also, if you're going to say to these players, this is how you win worlds or go to the finals, some of them are going to listen, mate. They've never done shit like that. So what do you think on the Perks side? What do you think of the gamble?
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of players this makes sense for. I think Perks is one of the greatest Western players of all time, and I think that his leadership in his teams is very evident. It's like there's been criticism towards maybe his gameplay at times, but in terms of what his teams achieved, like even his stint on C9, because people look down on that, but it's like in terms of what they did, it was very good. It's like they won splits, they went to quarters.
Yep.
It's like
You got out
that
the
was
group of
something.
death.
Yeah, it's like that was inconceivable at the time,
Absolutely.
and he
Yeah,
managed to, of
yeah.
course, piece that together. I think that Perks as a leadership figure, and the amount of like the right experience he's been in touch with when it comes to his player career and who he's played with. Um, there's like a connection. There's like a web of players where you have the players that are like the smartest macro-wise that are like connected. Whether
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Wunder, Mickey, Mithy, like all of these guys. Even now, it's like on C9, Sven is very, very smart about the game.
Yeah,
He worked
great.
with these guys. Like it's very, very evident, that web of a vision of a game, and also the mentality that you can overcome. I don't feel like Perks has ever looked at himself as an underdog in the negative sense. Like, Perks knows how to instill the mentality of how to conquer teams that on paper look better than you. And I think that's something that also goes a super long way. He could just pull from any of his stories of them beating SKT and T1, or beating RNG when it looked goddamn impossible. We had that short snippet of him speaking to the players before they faced off against T1. It's like that was a moment that,
Just
like,
up on it.
looking back at it, it's kind of dope now. It's like, yo, you're the underdog, like feel the game.
I
Like,
know.
you
I
don't
love
you don't
it.
have any pressure. And then they came out and they beat T1. It's like, in conjunction to those things, and also with how the players, I don't know if it
Yes.
was intentional or unintentional, but every player in the interviews, the moment we saw Perks on screen when he was asked, everyone sang his praises. And I think the fact that this is a decision that would never happen unless the buy-in from everybody is there. And I think
Yes.
that, to me, is the crucial selling point, because
Yes.
G2 have now such a strong track record of making these sharp decisions. Um, and I think that an org like G2, especially Romar's GMing, has been very good with understanding when it's time to move on. Because looking at some of the other orgs, they are far weaker and worse at it when it comes to making those decisions. I think Fnatic is the most obvious example, with, of course, them holding on to something that just gave them the same result, but at the same time stagnated. I think that's what G2 always tries to prevent over anything. They are trying to prevent reaching the point of stagnation. We look at AL, for example. AL is another example of them maintaining and holding on to something, and then they stagnated. And sometimes, Dylan Falco is still 100%, if he wants to keep coaching, will improve the next team he's on 100%, because that's the caliber of a coach he is. But sometimes you just need to, when the ship is moving in a specific direction, you need to keep it fresh, you need to keep it revitalized, and you can never reach the point of stagnation.
Put it this way, I actually will speculate with no behind the scenes info. This is one angle no one's discussed publicly. Do you know what, Yamato? I'm actually going to speculate the following. I actually suspect, because I don't think in their team where you've got big names, like think about Hansama just re-signed, Caps is your boy, you're obviously investing in Skewon for the future. If I had to guess, I don't think you make this move and then just tell the players, oh, by the way, the assistant coach, he's the coach. I actually would suspect they asked the players. In fact, I'll speculate. I even think they might have let the players vote. And I know what you mean. Even though I think the players definitely respect, like if it wasn't for Perks, I think all the players would say, keep Dylan Falco. Like, he's done a great job. But I know what you mean. I actually think what you're talking about, even though it's what people think is just fake, like from movies, that's because even though you're famous for it, a lot of coaches try the movie speech in the locker room, but they're just LARPing. They don't know what they're doing. They don't either have the buy-in or they don't actually really know what they're talking about. They're just saying some cool shit from a movie. I get the vibe. Like, I know what you mean. If you watch that clip, I would suggest people go and watch it. You will see those players. There's like a light in their eyes, bro. They're like fucking. Yeah, go on, tell me more. But like, it's fucking awesome. You can tell he got to them. He got them to buy in. And then they obviously won the fucking game, mate. So that feels like, hey, this angle works. Like, in fact, a team at that level, maybe we don't even need much coaching anymore. Maybe what we need actually is someone to frame it so that we could overcome challenges and beat the Titan that we're not supposed to be able to beat. So not only do I predict maybe the players picked it, but I'll even say this. I actually think what Perks brings to this team that I don't think they had before is I think actually G2 didn't have a proper captain in this later era, mate. Because if you look at all the players, like you can say Broken Blade's sort of like the guy that everyone seems to like. He seems like a friendly guy with good jokes. Hans Sama seems pretty quiet. It looks like a guy who just plays the game to me. Labrov's pretty quiet too. Skumond is the jungler, but he's the newest player in the team. You can't really have like a big person. And then Caps to me has never been the like, again, gather round guys. Like, I'm going to lead you to victory. He's not Leonidas type guy. To me, Caps is the guy where you lead by example. You lead by being Caps, mate. You lead by making a play, never giving up in the game, always knowing how you can come back, etc. So I think actually that's also another thing they know that they used to have when Perks was a player that they're going to get as a coach now, which is he's a true captain figure. Like he's got that like man's man vibe. It's funny that I won't go into a whole thing, but you know how all those people on Reddit hate him because they're like, he's evil and alt-right. It's like, no, here's what you don't like about him. He's a really masculine figure. Now, that part of being masculine, by the way, is you can be a bit edgy, a bit disagreeable. You're a guy who's maybe super confident in yourself and some would say arrogant. But I've always thought there's arrogance that comes from you are really good, and there's arrogance where you're just delusional. You could say maybe the last few years, Perks was delusional about his individual play, but as a great figure in Western League of Legends, it's like inspired. He deserves to be arrogant, mate. He has got the answers. He's proven it over and over again. So that's why I said, even though I have to say, if I'm doing a pure analysis, Dylan Falco was so good, I have to, for now, gamble this probably doesn't really make that much difference. I doubt it makes them way better. I doubt they win worlds, etc. But I'll say, I will put in a little 33% chance something special could happen, because I do think Perks brings like an extra factor, both in terms of general thoughts about the game, and as we're saying here, emotional sort of fire and a little bit of steel and grit. And that's an excellent thing to add to a locker room. And I'm also with you. If any other team made this move, I would think it was bad Yamato. But I actually think specifically Perks, specifically for this group of players, who also, by the way, has done everything except have like a big international win, I think it's an interesting gamble. I can see why they went for it. It's kind of cool. Kind of feels like we're getting some of the old G2 vibe back.
The final thing that I would just add, right, is I am noticing it now, being an assistant coach for the first time ever, is that it's so much easier to be sharp in terms of when you choose to give input. Because, like, for the first time, I'm not in charge of everything at the same time. And that can be very, very overwhelming, being in a head coach position. It's like you can't lend every single thing the same level of care and precision, because, for example, now with C9, it's like when I choose to speak, I do it when like I have very, very high conviction, where I think it's right for me to take space in the room, because there's already a lot of figures, and I am very careful with how I use each player's time. But in a head coach position, suddenly you are a part of every interaction, every decision, everything that happens, and I feel like I notice now how much how comfortable it is to be in a second-hand position in comparison to the head coach position, and that shift, that is something that will be interesting to see how it lands, because that can be very, very overwhelming. Now he's the head coach. He's going to be put in the position where he has far more responsibilities, and will he maintain the same level of sharp feedback that he's given to each of the players? Will he maintain the same level of precision in his feedback when he has to encompass so much more? Or has G2 orchestrated this in a way where him being in the head coach position, he is going to be uplifted by everyone around him, that they will cover for any potential weaknesses he might have, so he can still lean into his strength of experience and his strength of leadership. Like that execution is going to be the most crucial part of all of this.
I said earlier that now people can have more influence than their say on Summoning Insight itself. But what if you actually just wanted to just get your opinions out into the world in general? Because what's cool is you all know what a podcast is. Spoiler, you're watching one right now. But there's a term that Zen AI has come up with called a vibecast, which is the idea that a vibecast is just a conversation. And Zen AI is basically the way you make that conversation, that vibecast, something you can share with the world. So unlike a podcast where you want to have like a professional sheen and you want all the setup and high-end production things and graphics, Zen AI is just a basic way that you can really quickly just do something where you get your thoughts out there. Could be you and a friend. You could be watching a game. They actually, by the way, if you don't know, will pay people to do with the first Vibecast, and you can do Vibecast live. You can just use your phone to do it because the AI technology will do little production things for you, clean up the audio, help you make little clips that you can immediately share on social media. If you have a friend who's into something like an esport, like League of Legends, Counter-Strike, or a sport, you bring them on, you just do a call with them, basically. All the tech's taken care of, so it's super easy to do. And then basically your thoughts can just be out there in the world and people can be sharing them and enjoying them. And you can be learning skills as you go along because they take care of all the production. You don't have to know anything about podcasting, making reels, making TikToks. And they have elements like you can basically, like I said, you can do it live and you can get paid for doing it. They will pay you to do a Vibecast and create a sports cast, or in this case, esports cast, maybe about your favorite team, player, sports league, whatever. It's portable. Like I say, you just need your phone. That's all you need. They'll take care of all the rest. They'll do things like figure out the audio levels and all that jazz. You don't need some expensive podcast studio with Joe Rogan and a big thing behind you. It'll produce it all for you, and it's just really quick. You just hit record, you have your conversation, a little draft of it will be ready, and you can just be sharing it. If it was a live game, you could even be sharing it before the final buzzer even sounds, or in this case, the Nexus explodes, or the end of a Counter-Strike game happens. So humans are the talent, AI is the infrastructure. All you need here is the vibes. Production is optional and comes via Zen AI. So Zen AI is currently in invite-only beta. Join the waitlist today for a chance at early access. Go to zen.ai to sign up or head to our show notes for a direct link. Okay. The last section of the show, I did the whole spiel earlier about LFM Premium. We're going to do the Q&A. And as far as I know, this is just based on what I've told, this will be the last time everyone who's just a free member will see the Q&A section of Summoning Insight. If you don't know, I know it's slightly scoffed on this one. By the way, I don't mind breaking the fourth wall. It's also what LFM's about. Normally, one of the reasons I like the LFM Premium setup is every single show, as far as I know, will have a premium Q&A section. So for all the other shows, it's what I wanted Premium to be, which is you're not getting anything taken away from you. It's just, do you like what there currently is? And would you like to support us and get more? That's what Premium should be. Obviously, in the case of SI, we are sort of taking the Q&A away from you because it used to be part of the show, even though asking questions used to be behind the paywall. That's just something where we just gave you a free thing for the last few years. So this is a rare case where we are taking some, but this will be the last time publicly, as far as I know, you get the Q&A. Aside from that, you'll need to be LFM Premium going forward. So this one we didn't do from the Discord and the rest of it. We've done it actually from a tweet. I had a tweet that I put out there. So I'm just going to source some questions for you, Matt. Let's do a few, shall we?
Let's do it.
So here is one. It's a bit of a crazy one, but I'll ask it anyway, since it is in keeping with the conversation we just had. So someone called your boy Nate said a lot of people, including yourselves, have talked about Keria and now On contending GOAT support status. I don't know if we ever said On was in GOAT support. Certainly best support in the world, let's say that. He says, but is Delight low-key underrated and maybe should be in talks of being at least top 3 or top 5 support all time? What do you think, Mark? Where does Delight get into one of these conversations for you?
So first to clarify, the last time I brought up On in that conversation, it's more in the context of like top 3, top 5, you know?
Right.
He's
not,
hanging
not
out. Not
contender for number 1, right? Okay.
But
okay.
Number 1, I think, is pretty cemented.
Sure.
This is the last time we had that conversation. The lie, you know, the main issue with the lie is that you know, I think that the periods where he was the greatest wasn't necessarily due to him doing things that were extraordinary. Sure, on his Rakan, his Rel, he's had amazing moments in terms of finding engage angles, and that has been his biggest strength. But there has been many supports throughout time that can be mentioned in the same category because that for large periods, that was all that supports needed to do. Like you can throw in a name like Ming there. You can throw in a name like
Absolutely.
Lehens. You can throw in a name like
Mako, bunch of
um,
people.
Mako. I put even above that
Oh, I
status
see what
because
you
he
mean,
has
right? I see what you mean. Right,
such a
yeah, yeah.
range. I mean, by like
Oh, I see,
players that
right.
I potentially even put above the light in that conversation,
Right,
due to them having a wider range and also
right.
having what was the light's biggest skill sets. Because I do think that the light's highest peaks always happen during the valleys
Would
of
you have put
Heavy
Mickey
and
X above
T1.
him?
I would put Mickey above the light, yes. Another great example. The list is very long of guys that are just so good at engaging and having like a wider range of
P.
what they
Killer-san?
offered. Even Hilly, yeah. I think I
Yeah, I
would
think
put
it's
Hilly
fair.
above him. Yeah.
Because he
And
is
Mickey and
asking where
Hilly
we
are
see
so
the
damn
range.
special in how they had periods when they were the best in
Yeah,
the world. I really believe so. So
yes.
I think you can put a lot of players above the light. Is he one of the strongest ones? Yes, but would we even go so far to consider like Duro in the same time span he had? Like he had longer periods where he was potentially the best support in the world with a
Yes.
far wider range than what the light has offered. So I think the light is very very good, but the moments where he's been great are far too few, I would say. Because even this MSI win, does this change the conversation about the light? Not really for me. Like I don't. I think that he was a cliff note in this HLE journey to win MSI.
But it's weird, considering he just won a major international tournament. I don't know that there were that many big series where he was even the best support. I actually think he had a lot. Like I said, I even think the Isles of the world were in the matches against him. I don't think it was some like he wasn't. He was one of the lesser performers for HLE for me. No, my problem is this: if you go back many years ago, I thought he was pretty underrated. Like I always tell people, if you ever watch the 2022 one where. Let me think, is this the right year? No, 2023. It was 2020. You know the one where BLG beat Gen G in the round of 8, and then they went and lost to Weibo, and then Weibo was in the final. That year, when everyone blamed Chovy and all that, not only do I think Chovy wasn't that bad, I think Delight played really awesome in that series. Even I think he was actually really good at that Worlds, and I think that era when he came around 2023, he was pretty good. There was moments in 2024 he was good. Here's the problem though. Realistically, we're talking about moments, tournaments, series. It's never like the whole year. Like that was Kerrier's time period. And then, mate, here's why this is the bad time to ask this question. I get he's asked it because he just won a tournament and they're doing that thing fans do that I'm not a fan of, which is like, but if he wins a tournament, what does it mean? I always tell people, why would a Nexus exploding 3 times make a player like twice as good? It doesn't. Surely, if you do a GOAT conversation, it helps, but they should already have the body of work. And the real problem with that timing, to ask that is, last year was the fucking terrible year for Delight. It was really bad. And then, think about it. We all spent last Worlds going, holy shit, Viper is in Elo Health. This is one of the wardens, bro. This is one of the guys who was locking the cell door every night to make sure Viper couldn't win Worlds. And then you look this year, I actually think he's been sketched by most of the whole year, bro. Like, if anything, I also give props to Gumayushi for playing how he played. Like, I don't think he has one. I think if I look at a tournament where there's people like Kerrier and On out there, I'm like, can I get someone like that? In fact, I used to play with Kerrier. He's pretty tracked out. So I think the problem with this conversation is I'm not even vaguely in the same ballpark as this guy. Like when you were running the names off there, mate, I would go the other way and go, is he even top 10? I don't even think he's top 10, mate. I think I can get 10 names. Again, if I'm saying Matter and Madlife don't get to be in a conversation with Kerrier, bro, they can be in a conversation with Delight. He also only had like 1 or 2 good years. Like, what are we talking about? So, I think Delight, you've actually overrated him there. You've done that thing that people always do, which is when someone's underrated, I always say, if you mention too many times and too often that they're underrated, they eventually become overrated because then they become like, oh, they're the best. It's like, well, no, we're just saying they're not like irrelevant. So, no, there's one. Another one. This is a crazy one, but I know everyone wants to hear it anyway. Blue25 says, would a League Classic esports circuit with retired pros be possible? So obviously we had the show match. Could they actually have like almost like a seniors tour? Could we do it? Could we have that, do you think, Yamato?
And in yours and mine, in our dreams, maybe.
I know.
And I think that I don't think there's money in this. I think even in the execution of Classic, it's like League has had so much quality of life improvement that people are not even aware of, that will just come crashing down in ways that I do think that League Classic, even though I love the idea of it, I'm hyped about it, I think it would die down. If you made a league together and you put it all together, like at some point, the difference of effort, the difference of where people are in life right now, we're just gonna rip out like all of these guys, that played in those OG days. Most of them like finish university, have like degrees. We did esports same time as we did other things. I wouldn't be surprised. Like we know already, for example, Alex Ish. He was like a programmer. Like with an engineer's degree or something like this of some sort. Like all of these guys have certain degrees. They already have like they moved on in ways that are very, very extreme. It's like, sure, we have a couple of guys that kept streaming, kept up with the game, but it just wouldn't work at all. Like it wouldn't work at all. And I also think that the monetization, I think people would get bored of it very, very fast. So that's also tough.
First of all, I agree with the last point you said. People think they want to watch this for the novelty. And yeah, you'll watch a one-off or a retirement tour. The difference is if this was a real circuit and every month they have a LAN, you'd all tune out after 2 of them. I mean, I'll give you the obvious example because this exists in football. You'll know about this. They do those testimonials where you get all the legendary players to come back. Those are not even vaguely like a real football match. Like half the time when you see the highlights, they all look out of shape and over. Like, mate, Ronaldo phenomenon is like 3 times as big as he used to be. Like, even if he scores, it's like, bro, any real defender would lock this mother up. So they almost play like an all-star game in the NBA. They just let each other take turns scoring worldies and fucking running around. And also, again, just like with the testimonials, they'd all be in different levels, wouldn't they? Like, as he sort that retirement thing, it looks like Froggen can still play the game. Boys, there are some pros out there would be the equivalent of the fat Ronaldo. Like, some of them probably haven't touched league for like 5 years, and they'd just be like really bad condition. And then I'll just throw this in there as well. Unless you only want it to be like every 3 months we do one exhibition tournament. Here's the obvious reason it'll never happen, Yamato. Because these pros, another reason they're retired is they don't want the pro gamer lifestyle. They don't want to practice all the time and grind. Another reason why is they're all older. They're like married, they have children, they have fucking jobs, etc. So unfortunately, they're never going to go back into that world for essentially, like, I'm sure the prize money wouldn't be much and the salary wouldn't be much. Like, this could only ever be in a kit. If anything, here's what I think League Classic should be used for, Yamato. I think there's a very logical place for it. Fans won't know this because it's never been a big deal, which almost proves the point we're making. Every single year of League of Legends, including this year and last year, you have in Asia these crazy exhibition tournaments where they bring back League Legends. The joke is they did it this year and invite some people I don't think were ever even legends. They were just famous players. But they would bring back Scara or some like toys. These people would come back and every year they play one. If you guys don't know about this, that kind of shows you already. People don't care that much. But the other, I think that is the tournament it would be appropriate to have League Classic. That would be fun. Like if Wicked comes back and plays that tournament and plays Old Aurelia, yeah, that could be cool for one tournament, couldn't it? But no one really wants to see them play as like a real pro team. Also, I actually know that I saw Kelsey said this on Twitter, but I agree with her. A lot of people don't realize when you play like 5 games against pre-rework Akali, you're going to be like, fuck this game. I'm going back to real league. Like, you don't know how OP some of those old... Get ready till you face like Mordekaiser or some. There's some nightmare for you. Zin. There's some crazy champions in the original league, boys, that have been purposely nerfed because they would be OP as shit if they existed today. Like, we had to rework them. So, I don't think it's plausible. It's a cool idea, but it's not plausible. It's unrealistic, unfortunately. What about let's see. All right, here's the question. It sort of ties to what we were talking about before. A guy called Hansi Olivia says, Jankos is the Western jungle GOAT. Has Inspired done enough in his career to contest that position or at least enter the conversation? So is Inspired in a convo with it? Is he even better than? What do you think?
I think he's done enough to be in the conversation, yes. I think Jankos, his longevity and being top 3 in... honestly, a region where jungle is quite competitive. I think that obviously, like the amount of years Jankos has on his belt is just crazy. The fact that he came in 2013 is even crazy to conceive, and how he reinvented himself and how he just lived through every possible meta. It's our equivalent of Peanut and how his career played out, because he did find that level on multiple different teams and chose competition over anything. Because I remember there was a time where he had the opportunity to join TSM and chose not to because he thought the roster in Europe would just be more competitive in H2K. Maybe I revealed something you didn't want to reveal, but fuck it. We're in the question segment.
Okay.
This is what you guys are going to
Okay.
miss out on, when this
True.
when this
True that. Yeah. True that.
when this is hidden. So this is what you're going to miss out on. But as I mentioned before, it's just the it's like it's so impressive what Inspired has done, because still, you can poke holes in some of the strong arguments for Jankos, right? It's like, oh, they beat Albert Nox Luna to make that semifinals, or he had that success only with caps, and that's other junglers could fit in the role of G2 as well. It's like, obviously I don't believe that, but you can poke holes in that.
Yeah.
Can you really
Absolutely.
poke holes in Inspired's arguments?
No.
That's what makes him so damn strong, is that
Yes.
all the players that work with him, like they perform so damn good, and they level up, and then when they move on, you just see like a massive dip in performance, and he manages to do this for organizations that just on paper have no business winning, but they manage to do so with the help of Inspired. And now the track record is so damn long that you just know it's not a coincidence. And I don't think that you mentioned it yourselves. Like, I don't think Inspired is stopping anytime soon. And now there's a conversation, there's an argument. I probably lean a little bit towards Inspired now, if I had to make a choice in this moment. But I think at the end of this year, at the end of next year, I think it will be quite clear to me. Because then we have like just the long segment, but he just needs to continue on the same path, of course.
I actually think maybe I'll do some content. I think it's pretty close because, as you say, they're not working with equal levels of team. Like, you go look at, like, mate, the kind of teams that Inspired has its success with is more like Jankos earlier in its career, where their scoffed lineups or they're underrated players. So I don't think anyone with this level of teammate has ever done. In fact, what's funny is we're all going to compare Inspired and Jankos also because they're Polish, right? I actually think in terms of career that the career of Jankos, no, it's not Jankos, Inspired, sorry, is closer to El Yoya. Isn't what impresses us about Inspired that he doesn't have the best teammates, that he's done it without the Capses and the Berkses and the G2s of the world. Like, in fact, I've always thought that actually shows you how El Yoya didn't perform internationally, unfortunately. El Yoya should be in that lineage, in that conversation. He's had so much domestic success, but he just, unlike Inspired, he has fuck all international almost. He has like that one run in 2021. I even think you can make a similar comparison with teammates. Like, think how many people, has Humanoid ever looked as good as when he was with El Yoya? Not really. You know what I mean? There's a whole bunch of players that had their career peak almost playing with that guy. So I think Inspired has a very interesting case because it's more like contextual case. It's not going to be like raw placings and titles, obviously. But I do think, and then if you add in that he seems like he's the pure captain as well and shot caller, I think you can make a very strong case for Inspired. I think it actually depends what day it was. There's a day where I just remember how good Jankos was, and he was amazing at some things, and he could battle anyone. There's times I do think he's the number one. I know what you mean. The last year or so, I've been watching some of these games from Inspired, and I do think, fuck, I don't know if any jungler could do that in the West. Like, that, it's unbelievable. Some of the teammates you're working with, that you're, again, if he had a bit, like, at the time, everyone hyped all those FlyQuest players, Yamato. Bro, when you look back now at that roster, currently in 2026, they almost beat Gen G, the unbeatable Gen G, the one that was like lost like one series or whatever the fucking summer. Like, that is impossible. You, at the end of history, that will look even worse on paper. I don't think at the end of history people are going to look and see Quad and Masso and go, oh my God, he had stacked. They're going to go, wow, who the fuck were those guys? Like, they're not even that relevant anymore. So I think I agree with you. I think you can make the case. I think it's a pretty cool convo, actually. I don't think it's over. I think for me, Inspired's one of those players you almost can't overhype. I think he's unbelievable. His control of the game is just crazy as well. And for all the thing people get mad at him being mad at people, bro, his mental is crazy strong too. This guy doesn't tilt at all. Like, he just fucking hangs in there. Like, that series they played in the upper bracket against BLG, they never had any business being in those games. He just made it happen. He has force of will. I'm really impressed. Right, here's an angle for you. This is a good one. On the similar lines, Afians says, what changed to allow Lion to compete with some of the best teams? What was overlooked by the experts?
In my mind, I think the play over in the LCS, I think how Lion really catered their game plan against their opponent. I just didn't believe that was something they could replicate against teams that would beat them down earlier in the game, against junglers that would get more support from their teammates. And I thought the safety in the play of both Team Liquid and Lion would be the downfall of them in a world that plays very, very fast league, very chaotic league, where I kept mentioning, when it comes to the teams that I perceive as the top 5 best teams at this tournament have had quite low lows, but also at the same time high highs. It's like we've never had a tournament like that where you have teams coming into the tournament and have that wildness coming to them. Because we saw G2 throw games, we saw BLG throw games, Top Esports, T1, like even HLE threw games. Like all of these teams just straight up threw games in the run up to becoming the best because of how on a knife's edge their level of play was. And I thought that Lion could not keep up. And so the main thing for me, looking at it through that lens, it turned out that the stability of Lion turned out to be a strength. Because I've mentioned it already on the episode earlier, but I'll just say it again, is that I think that they had, relative to their own strengths, I think they were the ones that kept had the strongest floor out of any team at this tournament, really. And I think that when it came to being ready, catching opportunities where other teams might slip, I think that Lion was the one that were the best at doing so. I think that they always had a level of play that was very consistent. And it also helped that individually they leveled up, because I do think that Isles and also Saint had some of their best games in their whole career easily at this tournament. And also, I think that the nature of how important preparation is, Lion has leaned into that idea of how they should prepare against specific opponents. And I think that skill set that they have used, especially in beating, the NA teams regionally in winter and in spring, I do think that was super helpful at this MSI, because they did manage to shape themselves against certain opposition. But the fact that them beating HLE in team fights when they're playing Vi, Yone, Rumble, that's something that I think nobody can predict. And I do think that's a question of timing, peaking at the right time, and the enemy showing some kind of underperformance too. I think that outlines my thoughts about it, because obviously you need to rationalize in the aftermath and go back to what your thoughts were initially. And that's how I make sense of it.
No, I'm with you. I actually do think that I don't think anyone could have predicted how this team would do it. It's why the only person I ever even reference it for is actually Inspired himself. Like, he clearly saw something in players, like, say, I don't think anyone could have seen. Like, it can't have just been guy has crazy hands. There must have been something. Maybe he thought he could work with this guy, or maybe he had a conversation. I don't know what it was, and obviously then also, here's the other reason why no one could predict it. Because they never was supposed to be Dokler. That part's a completely unexpected angle that's got thrown in the mix later. So I think people are even ignoring how crazy that part is. Like, I don't think anyone could predict this. I even also think they've slightly overperformed. I'm also sort of with you. I think a mixture of inspired performances and the fact that actually fair play, the team's been well coached. I think they're getting the absolute max out of this team. I think it's crazy they're even in 5-game series against HLE. Like, on paper, that's a super team of like mega winners who are some of the best players in the world, and you almost beat them for real. And that's incredible. So I fair enough to them. It's a miracle story. I don't think anyone can be blamed for not predicting them. And I also think it's not like they fundamentally are just better. Like you said earlier, one thing that's actually underrated is they have a pretty good floor to their game, though. They don't tend to just dip and shit the bed completely, except maybe in the regular split of LCS. But whatever, we don't talk about that. Who gives a fuck about? Listen, Dom and Yamato, no one gives a shit about the regular split of LCS. Playoffs only, baby. That's the new rules. Okay. So here's a question. I think it's a pretty good one for the timing. David Goncalves says, would you consider anyone to be a Dade Award candidate for their performance during MSI? Because obviously, if people don't know, the Dade Award was the award me and Monty invented after season 3 Worlds. Some of the insight was obviously in 2014, where the idea was Dade went into Worlds as one of the best players in the world and a guy who could have been like an MVP. And he was so bad internationally that we made this award where the point, and people always get this wrong, the award isn't, here's a player who was bad. You had to have been hyped as like one of the best in the world, and then he did badly at the international tournament. That's why past winners were Dade, Tian. We're talking some banger players here, by the way. So for you, is there a player at this tournament who would get a Dade award? Who are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of Keria.
I was thinking the same thing. Because here's the thing, bro. I'll give you the angle. People forget this. Even in the BLG series, it was only really the pipe game, man. Aside from that, he was getting his shit pushed in, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's just, Owner doesn't get it because at least he was underperforming.
Yes, yeah, exactly. No, true. By the way, before this tournament, people who hate the LPL, we were all saying Knight's the best in the world. They were saying Keria is the best player in the world, not for support, even best player in the world. Yeah, that was the hype for real.
So Keria had a lot more hype behind him, and partially also rightfully so. Like he had some insane games to push him over the finish line, and Pace and Keria just looked like the duo coming into this tournament that would just dominate through bot lane. But we walk away from series saying clearly that On outperformed him, and also even worse on paper, Labrov outperformed him. And when you're in the conversation of being the best player in the world, those are words that cannot be uttered around you. Obviously, T1 had a lot of issues, but Keria's underperformance was definitely one of them for sure. Even in the series against Furia was sketchy at times too. Like there were moments where. Yeah, I wasn't sold about Keria's performance at all, and I think he's the clear winner. Owner's lucky. Owner's lucky that he played bad all year.
Yeah, because actually, like I say, this is also why the reason I brought up the context is people don't get this because fans started doing their own Dade awards, but they fucked it up, Yamato. What they never understood was this. Sometimes there isn't a Dade award winner. By the way, quite logically, because what are the odds someone's super hyped as an insane player and then is shit? By the way, it's not even like he's just all right. Like, by the way, Chovy would almost never win a Dade award if people don't know. He's almost never actually just into the shit of the whole world. He's just had an odd series where it wasn't that good. Like, you have to both be insanely hyped and then really be bad at the tournament. Like, actually just... By the way, my boy Jakob could get a fucking few Dade awards, so he can also get in that mix there too. He's had some screamers himself, so... No, Kanavi, he could have won some past ones. I'm with you, though. I think the only player for me at this tournament has to be Keria. I mean, and let's be real. By his own logic, he is Yamato. He said himself, I'm the GOAT support, and then proceeded to lose to Labrov. Like, brother, he's not even in that delete conversation we had earlier. What are you doing? The fuck are you doing, homie? Exactly. By the way, that's another thing. That's like the grubby thing, by the way, about don't celebrate. Keria, say it after the tournament, mate. Don't say it while the tournament's active. That's like, you know that since the Odyssey's coming out, the Greek concept of hubris is like that. It's the idea that if you say to people, I am invincible, I will never lose, then the gods go, you know what, have some little fucking hobbit stab him in the back or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's when they then you, they bring you down when you do that. You never do it when the game's active, bro. Do that after if you win LCK again, do it then. Do it after that. Then nothing bad can happen. Because I know what you mean. The second they lost, my mind immediately flashed to that interview call, like, why? Why? Even though you're right, why have you done it in that order, though, you idiot? Now you just tanked all your credibility. Stupid as fuck, innit? I love it, though. Here's another one for you. So, this is a fun one, actually, because it's one of those ones, Yamato, that sounds like a hot take. It sounds crazy at first,
okay.
But wait till you've heard the whole sentence before you react. Max Warburton says, is Knight the best mid laner from 2023 to 2026 in international tournaments? You know what I mean? At first, your brain goes, what the bet? But then if it's only those years, because remember, 2023 was JDG, 2024 was a scuff BLG, but he was still really good and obviously almost won Worlds. Last year, he was about the only good thing in their team when they was shit. And then this year, you could say he's the best in the world. If you're only doing international tournaments, I think he had a great MSI. I think that's actually, it sort of grows on you the more you think about it. You know what I mean? It's not as crazy as it sounds. What do you think?
Yeah. I think in 24, um, his obviously Chovi's MSI was one of the craziest one ever. His spring
Yeah, yeah.
split, so that one. But it's like we need to compare him to the competition, right? Because it's like
Exactly.
Faker is the big one.
The obvious thing
Faker
to
and
ask
Chovy.
is who would be there instead? Because by the way, Faker, remember, it's international. It's not just Worlds. He's had some he's been okay at some MSIs. He almost lost to G2 a few times before.
Yeah, and it's like and Faker's big upside is that he's had games where he really stepped up to the plate. But
Yes.
even in that context, like his best worlds was the previous one. If we just look at his collective performance, because in past world championships he was rather quiet, unless it was, of course, the big clutch moments like against JDG and against BUG in that finals, uh, which obviously he deserves marks for. But when it comes to international play across the board, like honestly, the fact that Faker and Chovy share so much, and in that context, Knight was always second place behind them. Kind of, you if you add up the tally, I do think this is kind of a fair take. Yeah, I think it kind of makes sense.
Because that's the
23
thing.
was the best. 24, I think across the field, he was the best in 24 at Worlds. 24 in MSI, not. 25, that is the one where you might take a step back. But at the same time, in a BLG that was underperforming, Knight was smurfing. So he just was, put in a very, very awkward spot. So it's like the 25 years, the one that is rough, but I can't really give it to Chovy nor Faker if I compare it,
How
because
can
there's
you?
nobody else to
Yeah.
compare it to.
No, the reason why it's clever is, as you say, first of all, he actually, because individually he's played excellently when his team's lost, he's actually kind of slept on in that sense. And then secondly, who's the contender? Like, it can't, I'm sorry, I don't care how much you like T, but it can't be Faker. Remember, we're counting all the other tournaments too. Like, get the fuck out. So I actually think he wins it, but almost by default in this case, because no one else had the same body of work. Like, yeah, in that case, he didn't need to win the tournament. I mean, he did win in 2023 MSI, but whatever, we all get the point. Similarly, this is along similar lines, actually, so it's perfect as a queue up. Right, are you ready? This is a hater, I can tell, but let's ask it anyway. Wise Frog 200 and 20099 says, get ready, just the way it's phrased, bro. It's like he's trying to rage bait me, but we're going to ask it anyway.
Okay.
He goes, it's the whole rookie, it can't be that good because why didn't he quite? Are you ready? He goes, if Bin and Knight truly are all-time greats playing in their prime at the same time, then to what? It's the way he's doing some Christopher Hitchens, like, then to what, sir, may I attribute their recurring failure to win international events again and again, coming up short in decisive series? So basically, the question is, Yamato, if indeed Bin and Knight are two of the all-time greats, and they're in their primes at the same time, they play together, why do they keep coming up short in international series that are really close?
I think the main thing is you got to look who they lose against. You look at who they lose against, and we praise T1 at the World Championship for a goddamn reason. We look at what they did in 24, and the fact that they had a very close series that could have gone either way. Honestly, all up until the end. People see that as a knock, but it's always about the opposition. If you compare it to, like, a good comparison could be, for example, G2 when they made the roster change to bring in Skimont and Labrov. It was like they lost to MCoy and KC. They got 3-0'd in those finals. It was clearly a choking problem. But in terms of who you fight against and who you lose against and how close it is, I think that is very important context to this conversation. Because 24 MSI, they lost the finals against Genji. Genji was just way better than them. They were the best team in the world. I don't think any conversation was close. 24 World Finals, and then 25, of course, was a wash because Bin was not even in good form. So we're talking only in context where Knight and Bin are in good form. I just think that the team that they lost against is just a fair competitor with players that also peaked. Plain and simple.
Here's what I think's crazy about this take is, first of all, he is just doing the whole rookie thing where you're pretending you're asking a question, but you're not. You've loaded so much snark into the framing. You obviously don't believe that. What you're really saying is you don't want to ask a question. You just want to say to Thorin, hey, Thorin, you idiot, these obviously can't be two great players because they keep losing, dickhead. So if they were good, why don't they win? And I would say the obvious thing back. So I'm going to, even though you didn't say it that way, I'm going to answer like you did. I'm going to go, well, dick face, because it's a 5-player game. It's not a 2v2 game, is it, you moron? Like, if this was a 2v2 game, I think Bin and Knight would actually beat any team in history. You pick the best mid laner and best top laner that play together, Fakers here. I think this two would smash. Here's the problem. The game has 2 roles that aren't even in their roles, which is jungle and support, that affect the map massively. Right, let's think of some of their close losses, because surely the ones you're thinking of is JDG semi-finals against T1 in semis of Worlds 2023. Then you're thinking of Worlds Finals 2024 against T1. And then you're thinking now of this HLE final against Hanwha Life, right? MSI. So let's run through that, right? Well, let's face it. First of all, in all three of those series, the top laner was Zeus. Bro, we just said earlier he might be the greatest top laner to ever play League of Legends. So if I'm saying Bin is the second best ever, why would that be disqualified? Because he lost to the best ever. And by the way, he had some pretty good fucking games against him in 2 of those. I know Zeus Bin wasn't there for the 2023, but for Knight he was. He had to face Zeus 3 times. So 2 of them, Bin just got beaten or slightly beaten by maybe the best top laner ever. Then let's add in, if you go and look, right, so in the 2 times they lost to T1, right, their support player, in the case of Knight, was missing and then on, but on when he was a bit sketchy. He was playing against Carrier, the GOAT support. Like, these are roles that aren't even... Again, notice how... Here's why your question is fucking whack. Because I'll phrase your question back to you. If they're not the greatest players of all time, then logically, the people who beat them must all be the greatest in those matches. Like, in those matches, did Faker outplay Knight every time? No, he didn't. Did Zeka outplay Knight now? I don't think he did. Did Zeus outplay Bin? Not really. Most people say what Zeus did against Bin, except in this series here. In the World Series, it was more, he just contained him. He just didn't let Bin run wire. He didn't let him take over the game when he had a lead in lane. So I think it's one of those ones where you just ignore. You're making it about 1v1 player stats, but it's a team game. So I would also say as well, ignore the semi at Worlds for JDG. If you just look at the Worlds 2024 final and this MSI final, those might be the finals where the loser played the best league I've ever seen of the losing team in a major final. Like, that was about a tiny hair. I would say the famous word we all love in England, but I'll just say in this case, instead of a you-know-what's hair, I'll say a wise frog to 0099's hair. It was all that divided the difference between them. Spoil it, C-A-U-N-T is the word we like to say in the UK. So we say a C-U-N-T's hair because those hairs are really fine, aren't they? Get stuck in your bloody teeth and everything. You don't know anything about that. Don't worry about that, homie. Listen, we were all young once. That's all you need to know about. Some of us are wild boys. That's all you need to know, homie. Right, let's go to another question.
Please do.
Right, see, that's the thing. In the premium section of LFN, you not only find out more than you thought, sometimes things you didn't even want to know. You find those out too. Everything's behind the LFN premium wall, boys. Right, okay. Here is a question. It's an obvious one, so he's asked it. Chris Regular says, how many years will it take for someone to do the Golden Road?
Oh, I think, I feel very lonely in the conversation of it. Like, especially with broadcast. The broadcast obviously has a lot of sway in terms of vocabulary and so forth. I think it's even weird how they say that players have completed the Grand Slam. It's like, bro, like, what are we talking about? Like, you have to do it in like the. Come on, man! Like, the terminology is just killing me here, and the. Same way the Golden Road is now attaching first stand to itself and win the split to itself just makes it so more and more impossible. The painful part of it is not that it's impossible or harder to do, it's just that there's no point of comparison anymore. Like, we can't really compare anything because it doesn't make any sense. But will it?
By the way, on that topic, I even feel like we're even all doing an unfair convo now, which is because there's only been 2 first stands. Well, now all of a sudden, someone like Mako, who'd won everything, well, you haven't won first stand anymore. Yeah, but my prime of my career, there was no first stand. So, like, we're even doing that, bro, because we've added a new tournament. Now everyone who wasn't around in that area, you're just a bomb. Like, you can't. So, and I know what you mean. There's too many tournaments. You can't win 6 tournaments, bro, or 5 tournaments. That's too many. Come on.
Yeah.
It's
So
too
it's
many.
like it's also it's one of those things where in the past, in past years, it must have been easier to win a Grand Slam. I mean, the Golden Road. It must on
Yeah.
paper must be easier.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, people
Wh-
came close. Sometimes one game, sometimes one series.
And I think it's just gonna get harder. Like I
Yeah.
think the only scenario where it does happen is in a world where, let's say, like League just loses popularity and becomes less and less interesting, and regions die out. If there's a world where the only region that stands is still there would be like the LCK, and there would be no challenge, and let's say the LPL dies out, and there's no catching up, and League becomes diminished in terms of what it is as a product, and teams aren't as ambitious. Eventually, like, talent is just going to be consolidated, and that's just going to run the game. But at that point, it will be so far in the future that we won't look at it through the same lens either way. So I doubt that it's going to happen. I doubt it. Um, I have thought that it will happen in certain spots and in certain tournaments, and from certain positions. Like, I even thought, like, when IG came into that MSI 2019 after winning Spring Split, I was like, yeah, this is the team that might do it. Like, they look how good they look in the group stage. They're
Go
gonna
mega.
just and then it's just gone. it's it does seem impossible.
I've got a mad angle for people. I actually think, because it'll sound weird at first, but it'll make sense when I explain it, right? I actually think the only way it's possible is if you instead change it so it's only internationals. It's only the 3 tournaments. You have to win first stand, MSI, and Worlds, because then it's only 3 tournaments, right? Now, you might think that's weird because, yeah, but domestic tournaments are worth less. Bro, I think domestic tournaments is more likely you lose one of those often. Like, it's really hard in those. And also, there's so many matches to play there. And let's be real, I would have said this even if G2 had won. If G2 had done the Golden Road, do you know what I'd say if I was Korean or Chinese? Well, yeah, it must be easy to just win fucking LEC, mate. I have to play like the other world's contenders in my home region. By the way, if JDG had actually won the Golden Road, wouldn't all the LCK fans say the same thing? Well, yeah, no shit, because you win the LPL. You wouldn't win the LCK. So, first of all, I already think the domestic part's unfair. Also, if you just make it that it's only the 3, I still don't think it'll happen. It'll be really, really, really hard. But I think then it's more plausible someone can do it. I don't think anyone can really win 5 straight tournaments in a row in League of Legends. And let's be real, one other detail that makes this different from games like Counter-Strike, where it is possible to win all the majors and win 7 to 8 tournaments in a row like people have. The problem is this, Yamato, Counter-Strike changes very slowly. In League, every 2 months, it's a different patch, totally different things are nerfed, banned. Fearless also, I think, makes it really hard, mate. Like, in the old days, if you were hook into a strong meta, I think it's way more, pretty sweet. I think last year was the closest anyone came to beating T1. They had 2 series that I went to 5 games really close. That's because of Fearless, bro. In the old meta, when you get the stranglehold, you just win out that game 3, game 4. Every game's 4 series, 4 game series. So I'm pretty sweet. Sadly, I don't think it'll ever happen. With that said, you know, when people go like, we should stop talking about it, you're a moron. Just because it hasn't happened, the whole point is we don't want it to happen every year. It'd be whack if it did. Like, I actually think in Counter-Strike, when we have that ESL grant, it happens too often, bro. We've had like 5 winners now or something insane. Like, that's supposed to be something, like, if people don't know, like, in my ideal world, the Golden Road would only happen like 2 times in history or something. It would be a really cool comment. So it might happen one day. It's just, it's become very unlikely because it's too hard now. We've just made it way too hard, I'm afraid. Okay, I tell you what, this can be the last question. Zafir, because I think it's just a fun one to tie into what we said earlier. Zafir says, do you think the promotion of Perks was decided before MSI? Now, that's an interesting question, isn't it?
It must have been. I think it must have been, or at least it was thought about, and there was something that just broke the camel's back. They just moved too quickly. Like, I don't know if it was like intentional, like PR wise, where it's like they try to remove the negative PR of the loss and just make the focus on that, because it worked in that way.
Yeah, in a way.
I don't think that they would move like that, you know. Like I don't think it's like a government starting a war to distract from certain files, you know. Like I don't think it's G2 moves like that, you know. I I do think it's something that they probably talked about, something that they planned, and then they just executed on it as soon as possible because EWC was just around the corner. But I wouldn't be surprised if they floated this idea and some clashes occurred during the boot camp. Because I think the main thing here, right, is that if there's anything to extrapolate from all of this, is that there are certain things where probably Dylan and Perks completely disagree on in terms of approach. And in that disagreement, probably they reached a point where a side needs to be chosen. Because Perks is not the type of person to be like, oh, I'm the assistant coach. I'm just going to sit back. He's going to speak his mind and fight for his viewpoint. So I would imagine that something like that happened. They reached a point where they had to make a choice. When that happened, I'm not so sure. Maybe it happened before MSI, during MSI, but that probably must have happened.
No, here's the thing. I don't believe at all that they lost to Lion and it was really like some like clown shit, like, we lost it, fire the coach. Like, there's no universe that happened. Not least because I'll tell you right now, I think Dylan's so pro, I don't think he'd say anything publicly, but that's the sort of shit where I can tell you right now, people like him know. I have an open line 24/7 for people like that I respect. If you ever have any dodgy shit like that happens to you, send me the DM, mate. I'll get the word out there. It doesn't ever have to come from you. I'll make sure it goes on a show, or I'll say I'll speculate, or I'll find someone else to corroborate it. But if they ever fuck you like that, definitely I'll take care of it. I get the sense, like you, that this is something, because again, you said it earlier, but a lot of people don't know this. People only saw Perks there in this recent spring finals. Like, that's when he appeared on camera, but apparently he was there the whole time, like doing something in the background. I get the vibe, Yamato. This was something that was more being floated for like, maybe it happens next year. And it's more like you just thought, maybe because of something that happened in the boot camp here or at MSI, maybe it just made you think, let's just get ahead of it. In fact, here's why you do it now. Because if you really don't think you can win Worlds with this roster now and Dylan, that you maybe even give Perks the next EWC Summer and Worlds to get into the mix of it. So next year's the one where he hits the ground running and everything's going great. You obviously know it's the same roster as well. You're not changing players. So you know you're working on a 1.5 year project here. So I agree with you. I think if anything, it's probably more like something just accelerated this at MSI and made them think, you know what? Again, might even just been players like, hey, let's just start now, actually. Perks is already here. Let's just get on with it. So interesting question. Thank you to everyone who asked questions. Obviously, in the future, you can ask questions via being an LFN Premium subscriber. Go and check it out at last3nation.com. We will be back next week for Summoning Insight.